Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on Wednesday, January 13th, 2021, in accordance with the provisions of the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 272. It's being broadcast live on Channel 18 and recorded for the archives. My name is Janet Williams, and as Chair of the Conservation Commission, I'm opening this hearing at 9:01 a.m. Today's hearing is being conducted by remote video conference pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order prohibiting the gathering of large groups of people. Every effort has been made to ensure the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. The agenda and copies of all documents for review today have been posted on the town website. A couple of notes for those of you who are participating on the platform and by phone. We ask that everybody keep your phone on mute until such time as you wish to speak, either by you called upon or making a comment or asking a question. If you are on the phone, you may mute and unmute yourself by hitting *6 to change the mute setting. For those on the Teams platform, just use the mute button. And during the pendency of the video conference world, all votes today are by roll call. And so that we have a record of a quorum of the commission attending today, I'll now ask each commission member to indicate their presence on this call. Commissioner Rawls.
Here.
Delvecchio.
Present.
Clark. You're muted, Tom. You need to manually unmute. There you go.
My apologies. I thought I was unmuted.
Okay.
Clark here.
Okay, no problem at all. As we noted last week, Commissioner Joe Kitts is going to be absent from the commission for about a month. We'll see him back here sometime in February. We have a couple of continuances for today. So if you are attending for any of the following matters, they are not going to be heard today. 255 Sea Pine will be heard on January 27th. 155, 157 Bridge Street, it will be heard on January 27th. 83 Seagull Road, the outermost harbor permit application is continued to February the 10th. And 305 Main Street is going to be continued to March the 24th. That's my list, Paul. If I've missed anything, let me know. And otherwise, we're ready to go to the first item on our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Paul Whiteman, Acting Agent for the Conservation Commission, Town of Chatham. First order of business is a review of a draft order of conditions 543-545 Old Harbor Road, Michael Earls, SE 10 3456. Proposed raising of a portion of a dwelling, proposed raising rest of dwelling, construction of decks, pool, replacement of septic pump chamber, installation of landscaping, and mitigation.
Okay, thank you. So the proposed order of conditions was sent out yesterday afternoon to members of the commission. Sorry for the short turnaround time. It's my understanding that it has been posted on the town website for review by the applicant and interested parties. And so, why don't I open
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Bill Riley on behalf of the applicant, and
Morning,
Pat
Mr. Riley.
Eldridge is also on the line.
Okay.
So we're, I've just done this, so I haven't had a chance to go through it, so I'll be going through it with you this morning.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward, so it shouldn't be much of a big deal, but let me open it to comments from commission members. Start with Bob.
Actually, it looks pretty good to me, so I have no content problems.
Okay, great. Bob Delvecchio.
Yeah, I had a comment about the no disturb zone to the rear of the property. We mentioned that we'd like to see that lawn remain without any irrigation and, just have it continue as a Cape Cod lawn.
Right, okay.
That irrigation has to be pulled out of the no disturb zone.
I think there is a note in there that there would be none in the.
Sorry, who is speaking? Is that
Susan
Susan? You can
Sanjola,
identify yourself for the record, please, Susan.
sorry, Susan Sanjola, landscape architect. If
Okay.
you look at the notes, there is existing irrigation there, but we propose to take it out in any of the buffer zones. So that will be only temporary irrigation until things are established.
Okay, and just we'll actually add that to the special conditions to make sure that all contractors are aware that that's the situation. Okay. Anything else, Bob?
No, I think that was it. I think that was it. You can see that Linden, like you noticed, I think it was supposed to, Thad was talking about redirecting the drainage line a little bit to try to save that linden in the front of the house.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
dealt with that by just saying, all care shall be taken to preserve the linden tree, however that's done, and if that requires redirection, that's what has to be done to try to preserve it.
Yeah.
I'll add that specifically.
Thank you.
This is Thad Eldridge. We did put that on the plan.
Okay, great. Belt and suspenders, you guys. I'd like it in both places just to make sure that we're clear. Okay, anything else, Bob?
No, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom, anything from you?
Yeah, a couple of comments.
Okay.
I was glad that last week that we were able to straighten out the whole BFE thing. But still, half the houses in the no disturb zone. I know that there's attempts at offsets, but it still bothers me because despite the fact that they're taking some things out of the no disturb zone, they're adding stuff in, and so that actually there's a net increase, although it's a small number, but still it's an increase in the no disturb zone. It needs a variance. Everybody's heard this before. The 4.03 in my view is invalid in light of 272-4 sub B and 272-8 sub B. That's a bylaw, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think it's entitled to a variance because the variance section is not properly drawn, but hopefully we'll have that straightened out soon.
Yep.
One other thing I noticed, by the way, excellent drafting, Janet. The one thing I noticed that appears to have gotten omitted was, if you read it literally, it looks like everything in the world is a special condition, because it just keeps going and going. So we need somewhere you need to stick in a subheading saying, hence from this point on, it's a general condition as opposed to a special condition.
Consider that done. I just put it in.
Okay, that's
right.
it.
Somehow that heading got lost in the.
I figured it probably did, but just wanted to note it.
Yep. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. I take your point about the increase in the NDZ, and we all have to make up our minds under the regulations and the bylaw as they exist, and hopefully that will be clarified in the near term. So, all right. With that, is there a motion to close and approve the order? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna. Hello.
All right. I know we're in a hurry, and I appreciate that.
I'm moving things along here. Okay.
Oh, and I appreciate that. And special condition number 2.
Okay.
The existing black walnut tree close to the septic system shall not be cut, pruned, removed, treated, or otherwise damaged, and it should be an ongoing condition. I was under the impression, I don't have the plan in front of me, unfortunately. Thad could answer this. I thought the septic system was outside the jurisdiction of the commission, and I'm wondering why we're elevating this black walnut tree. It's something that would require an order of conditions if it's damaged or, has a problem and should be pruned. I mean, it seems like overkill to me, that's all.
It may be a little bit. I'll take out pruned and leave in damaged. You're correct that the septic system components are mostly outside. I can take a look at the site plan. I don't have it in front of me. But I believe the drain line running to the leach field runs through part of the buffer zone where the black walnut tree is located. So because of the proximity of the line to the tree, we just wanted, like the linden tree, to take care that it doesn't get damaged.
Hi, Janet, it's Susan Sangiolo.
Yes.
The black walnut should not be in jeopardy with that new proposed septic line. It's pretty far away from it, but I would like to mention that it does have some extensive bore damage. I don't know if you all noticed that or not. Possibly it was treated at some point because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of suckerings on it now that would indicate that it was, in decline. But it does have, just for the record, it does have some extensive bore damage from the past.
Okay, duly noted, and I'll note that this condition is limited to damage to the tree caused by the installation of the septic system.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's very fair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Riley?
Nothing for me. I want to ask if Thad's got any questions or concerns.
Yep.
No, this is Thad Aldridge. I'm happy.
Okay, good.
All right.
We're good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anybody else on the call today have a question or a comment on this order? Hearing none, is there a motion to close the hearing for 543 Old Harbor Road and approve the order of conditions as we have amended it?
Bob Rawls, move that we close the hearing and approve the orders of conditions as amended.
Tom, are you picking up second duty?
Normally I would, but I'm a no on this one, so
Okay.
Bob needs to do the second.
Gotcha. Okay. Bob Delvecchio.
I second that.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote to close the hearing and approve the order of conditions for 543 Old Harbor Road. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
No.
I vote aye, so 3-1-0, it's approved. Thank you,
Thank you
everybody.
very much, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
any idea when this order will be issued now?
It will be put, these changes will be run and that can be done. Paul and Mary, let me know how fast we can do that. I'll send you the changes I just made here today. If we can get it into the box by tomorrow, we can all sign and then it can be issued by the end of the week.
Thank you. That's very generous. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, Janet, before you promise that,
Yeah.
it all depends on whether I get the signatures back or not.
Yep, we're all on notice that this one needs to be signed and we will all, move heaven and earth to get ourselves over there to sign it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bartlett and Mr. Green, good morning, welcome. Can you do me a favor and can you turn off your cameras until it's time for you to speak? Cameras operating has a way of interfering and slowing down our bandwidth when we have so many people on the platform. All right, Paul, we're ready to move to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next item on the agenda is a RDA request for determination of applicability, 71 Stage Island Road, Denise and John Murphy. Opening of hearing for proposed installation of concrete pad, placement of generator on pad after installation at 71 Stage Island Road, assessors map 14A2, parcel D37.
Good morning, Janet, members of the board. David Little from Ryder and Wilcox, representing
Good morning, Ms.
Denise.
Little. Good morning.
Good morning. So We've filed an RDA for the installation of a generator. The work constitutes constructing a 30-inch by 50-inch long concrete pad on which the generator would be placed, which constitutes approximately 10 square feet. The location of the generator, while it's close to the top of the coastal bank, was chosen particularly because that's where all of the utilities come into the house, the electric line, the gas line. So that's why it is located so close to the top of the coastal bank. It is in an area that's been disturbed. It's mulched and lawn. And we're to mitigate for the 10 square feet of intrusion, we're proposing to install 4 bayberry plants, 3 gallons at 4 feet on center in a bare area just below the lower stone wall on the property. If any of you went to the site prior to this week, you probably noticed that there was an open downspout very close to where the generator was going. I provided a photograph to Paul and Mary yesterday showing that the Murphys have connected that one open downspout to a dry well. So all gutters and downspouts on the property now do connect to dry wells. I did discuss an alternative location, trying to put the generator outside the no disturb zone, but off to the northwest corner of the dwelling, but that would require significant disturbance for trenching for both electrical and gas lines. So the preferred alternative is, as I have shown on the plan, I did provide you with a performance standards review and a construction protocol. If I can answer any questions, I'll be happy to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Little. I appreciate the effort to see if it can be moved, but the fact of the matter with this property is that the entire dwelling and 99% of the hardscape is in the no disturb zone. So I'm not sure that moving the generator out would have had, and I take your point as I look at the plan, moving it outside on that northwest corner would require extensive trenching, which would be much more intrusive than just pouring and I take it's 5 inches thick?
Yes.
And roughly 30 inches by 50 inches?
Yes, it constitutes approximately 10.5 square feet.
Okay.
And if you noticed that below the lower stone wall, there was a bare area, which it's crying out for some bayberry plants, and planting the 4 bayberry there would comply with the coverage requirements of work in the 0 to 50 foot buffer.
Okay. Could you mark the location roughly on the plan where they go?
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. And then just resubmit the updated plan. Questions and comments from commissioners? Bob?
No, I think it's, I don't think there's any alternative to putting it there. The only question I had in my mind was whether or not those bayberries whether there was a better place where they could be cared for, not beyond that wall in the midst of all the other vegetation down there. But, you know, it's probably a fair place to put it.
Yeah. Agreed. Bob Delvecchio?
David, I noticed a red twig dogwood and heather plant that are there now where the location is, where the generator would be. Are those going to be transplanted?
Yes, the red twig dogwood is just going to be moved over closer to the 2 AC units, and the grasses will be, everything will be relocated within that mulched area, Bob.
Okay. And then you're going to plant the bayberry as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't see any problem with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Normally, I would object to the placement within the no disturb zone, but having gone through the planning process for a generator myself, I understand why its location is proposed, and it makes perfectly good sense to me in terms of minimizing the harm to the area. So I would support the proposal.
Okay. And I come out in the same place under these particular circumstances. I agree, normally we would not consider that, but it makes sense here. Any other comments or questions from anybody? If not, is there a motion for a negative determination?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to for a negative determination on the RDA.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's okay. Okay, motion, roll call
Sorry.
vote. It's okay. Roll call vote for the negative determination for 71 Stage Island Road. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Del Vecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's unanimous. All right. Thank you, Mr. Little.
Thank you.
See you down the road a bit. All right. Paul, ready to go to the next one?
Yes, Madam Chair. Next RDA on the agenda is for the location of 75 Gristmill Lane, the Crooks Point Streamlaw Family Trust 2012, proposed planting of 4 native trees to replace 4 non-native trees that were cut down at 75 Gristmill Lane, Assessors Map 15C, Parcel 3.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Richard Stein Aldridge.
Yep.
Representing the Cooks and the Strumwells. The landscaper took out 4 trees. The commission was made aware of it. We are now proposing 4 native trees to replace the 4 non-native trees that were planted. We will propose the largest trees available in stock, but meeting the same caliber is it's harder to make them survive. The property is currently under agreement, and the buyers are the ones who selected the species. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. This is I'll remind everyone, a resolution of a violation for, I think it was 4 cherry trees that were removed. And we requested that they submit this RDA. So if I look at the tree replacement plan, Thad, I see a proposed red maple and proposed black willow. Are there 2 of each or just 2 proposed?
No, there are 2 shad bushes proposed as well. That label is kind of off to the side.
I just see a single one, proposed shad bush, and it doesn't really point. Oh, I guess it does. I'm trying to runs into a dark.
It's going to go one then the other. Oh, the arrows didn't really line up well.
Oh, I see them. There. So it goes black willow, shad, maple, shad.
You got it
Okay, I see it. Those lines just ran into a dark shadow on the.
image.
Gotcha. And what is I'm not familiar with shad bush. How is it a tree or a shrub, and how big? And
it's a small tree. Looking at the area, these are too dense. I mean, we're talking about stumps that are 10 foot on center. And for a large tree, you want more space in between.
Mm-hmm.
The black willow, the red maple, those are larger trees. And then the shad bushes are smaller. They'll grow, let's say it's 12 to 15.
Right.
But I'll look that up.
Okay. All right. Questions and comments. Let's start with you, Tom. We'll go opposite way this one.
No problems.
Okay. Bob Del Vecchio.
I had a bit of a problem with the spacing on the plants, Thad. I think they're too close to the privet. They're right up against the privet. I know it's probably for privacy, this planting. But I think there's going to be competition between the privet and the new trees. And I was wondering if you could pull them back towards the cherries a little bit.
And we can also cut back the privet right up to the property line.
Yeah, away from the privet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know even the spacing between the trees, the new trees, is kind of tight. But I understand that it's probably a screening issue, privacy issue. So I'm okay with it, but I think they should be pulled away from the privet zone.
Okay.
Yeah, there's room, yeah, to wedge them in between where the cherry stumps are, I think, and pulling them back a little bit.
And just to share some of the history on this, the Cooks and the Strumlaus were not the ones to plant the cherry trees. It's my understanding that the neighbor planted the cherry trees, so it's been
Oh,
a little bit of a contention for years. And it's, everybody wants to start pushing back towards the correct line. At least the folks on this side of the line would like to start pushing the occupation back.
right. Gotcha. That's good to know. Okay, Bob Rawls, any questions or comments?
No, if we are going to change the location of the trees a little bit on the map, it'd be good to have those arrows, maybe a different color or something. I could not find those two arrows that I now can see, so.
Well, yeah, it's hard to see them in that dark. So Thad, what I would ask is that once this is done, you can submit an as-built, as it were, an as-planted, and locate the actual locations where those trees have been put. So we have that for the record.
Okay.
And maybe do it against a plainer background so that the lines are easier to see.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments from anybody? And hearing none, is there a motion for a negative determination?
Bob Rawls moved for a negative determination.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote for negative determination for 75 Grist Mill. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye, that's unanimous.
Thank you much.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Paul, ready to move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one's being continued to the 27th of January. It's an amendment to an order of conditions. Do you want me to read it or?
Just give the address and the SE and then we'll do the vote.
Okay. Amendment to order of conditions, 110 Old Salt Works Road, Goodrich Family Realty Trust, SE 10-3263. This is a phase 2 amendment process.
Okay, we've had a request to continue to January 27th. So is there a motion to approve the continuance to January 27th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to January 27th.
Clark, second.
Roll call vote to approve the continuance to January 27th. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's continued to the 27th. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now we'll move on to notices of intent. The first one on our agenda is PCL CG3 AKA 0 Gillis Road, Jack and Marilyn Gillis, SE 10-3464. Proposed construction of a single-family dwelling, sewage disposal system, use of native plant species for mitigation purposes. Assessors map 4B, parcel CG3.
Good morning, Madam Chair. David Little from Ryder and Wilcox, representing the Gillis family.
Good morning.
Members of the board. So the property is a vacant lot located in South Chatham overlooking the Taylor's Pond estuary. It's been in the Gillis family for a couple of generations. They are proposing to construct a 3-bedroom single-family dwelling and a sewage disposal system. And the work also includes approximately 9,500 square feet of mitigation plantings, along with a mown path with timber risers to provide access to an existing footpath that crosses the southern edge of the property. When working with the Gillis family, we sited the house as close as we possibly could to Gillis Road, given the sensitive nature of the lot. We maintain the minimum setback from the leaching trenches of 10 feet, or we're giving ourselves a foot to spare, of 11 feet to Gillis Road. And then we're maintaining the minimum 20-foot setback from the leaching trenches to the foundation. So we literally held it as tight as we possibly could to Gillis Road. This allowed us to do almost all of the construction and all of the work on the property outside the no disturb zone. We are showing grading on the easterly side of the dwelling. And then on the southerly side, there are stairs and a deck where we're showing some additional grading because it does have a walkout lower level.
Hey, Mr. Little, can I interrupt you for a moment? It would be, is it possible for you to put your plan up and share your screen so we can follow along with the description that you're providing?
I will try and do that right. I see if I can open share tray.
Yep.
There we go. Can you see that, Janet?
Yep, there you go. Thank you. Perfect.
You're welcome. Or Madam Chair, excuse me. So as you can see, we're doing grading on the northeast side of the house and also grading on the southwest side of the house because it does have a walkout basement that will allow people to walk around the house to get into the basement. There are no retaining walls required. We were able to do this with sloping the grade appropriately and then replanting it, which Teresa Sprague will get into eventually. And then the only work that we're proposing within the no disturb zone is providing a couple of paths to gain access from the upper level and lower level of the house to an existing footpath that kind of goes along the edge of the estuary of Taylor's Pond. Other than that, we're proposing all work does occur outside of the no disturb zone. The project does result in a total of 2,869 square feet of structure and hardscape. And to mitigate that, Blue Flax Design is proposing 9,500 square feet of mitigation, which includes 11 trees and 195 shrubs. I'm not going to go through the performance standards. I believe they've been addressed thoroughly in the project narrative. I also provided you with an 8.5 by 11 sheet showing that there is 5 square feet of risers below the top of the coastal bank, approximately 25 square feet of risers between the 0 and the 50-foot buffer, and then everything else occurs outside of the 50-foot buffer. Would you like me to answer any questions before I turn it over to Teresa at this point?
I'm okay. I'd like to hear the whole thing, but let me ask other commissioners if anybody has any questions specific to David and his plan before Teresa explains her mitigation. This is a good time.
I have some questions that some of which should be addressed to our presenter and some of which should be addressed to Teresa, but if I could ask one
Sure.
or two things at the moment.
Fire.
I noticed there was a reference that the downspouts and gutters on the house would go into a dry well, or it said or stone. I don't know what you mean by stone.
So in construction note number 5, we state gutters and downspouts connected to dry wells or crushed stone at the roof drip line be utilized to contain roof runoff. Some people prefer to have gravel trenches immediately adjacent to the foundation. It serves 2 things. It can infiltrate the storm water directly into the ground, and it also prevents, during rain events, it tends to keep the siding on the house cleaner because you don't get, the rain isn't falling on grass or dirt surfaces and then splashing onto the house itself. So it is an appropriate way to infiltrate the storm water. It actually provides a little better infiltration than the dry wells because it's going through the topsoil and subsoil layer before it even gets into the lower strata.
And then is the reference to the roof drop line basically the trench that you were just describing?
Yes, so this would occur where you have, it's not necessary on the gable ends of the structure. They would be on the other sides of the structure where the roof slopes down, and as you would normally put a gutter on that side, you just wouldn't have the gutter, and the rainwater goes into the stone drainage trench. We provide that as an option to our applicants because sometimes architects prefer gutters and downspouts, and sometimes they don't.
So this house has not yet been designed by an architect, is that?
Yes, it has. It's as a matter of fact, Jack and Marilyn's daughter is an architect, and she has been working with us and with them for the past several months designing this house. We've gone through many, many iterations.
And so has a decision been made which way they're going to go, whether it's going to be downspouts and dry well or drip onto stone?
Not to my knowledge, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Once they make that decision, then if it's going to be, particularly if it's going to be the installation of dry wells, would you update your plan to indicate the locations?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, Tom, I jumped in there.
No, I was actually, I was done with my questions.
Okay.
But the other ones I have are for Teresa.
Okay, I have one question for David. This is the septic system that's being installed is a nitrogen removal system.
Yes, it is.
Can you just run us through very briefly, because I'm looking at the configuration on the site plan, how that works? I mean, there's a lot of detail here, but
Sure. So when the effluent goes from the house to the microfast, to the tank that contains the microfast unit, the effluent is circulated, and there is air that is brought into the system. So what it does, it keeps circulating the effluent until such time that the nitrogen level gets reduced to a significantly lower level than a normal septic system has. And one of the reasons that we had to do that, Madam Chair, is that this is a 26,000 square foot lot, which is entitled to a 2-bedroom system. We did, Andy Grover of our office did attend a Board of Health hearing, and they did grant the necessary variances for this system. So it really ends up being better than a conventional 2-bedroom system because of the additional treatment that the effluent receives.
thank you for that explanation. I think given also the topography on this lot and the steepness with which it drops down into Mill Pond, I guess, having a nitrogen removal system is excellent. So
Agreed.
that's a great improvement. Okay. All right, I guess we're ready to move on to Teresa.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax
Yeah,
Design.
I'll ask you if you can share your plan as well.
Sure, will do. I'm going to share my entire screen. Share. Okay. So I'm going to minimize you. Are you able to see my plan?
Not yet.
Oh, I know it took a couple of minutes before David's popped up as well. Please let me know if you're not able to see it shortly.
In the background, you see that? Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Not yet.
Oh, we need permission to share your screen. Oh, shoot.
Oh, shoot.
That's
funny. David didn't need that.
I know this might be something to do with my Mac. David, do you have the Blue Flags plan available? Could you share that? My apologies. Before the next hearing.
Give me a. If you, I can do. I just need to email it to this laptop and then I
No,
can share
that's
it.
okay. I think maybe,
I could share it.
there you go. I was gonna say one of us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't realize I had a security block on my computer.
I'm sharing it, so
There
hopefully.
you go. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. So I think David really explained our mitigation plan in a nutshell. Unfortunately, I did have some photos of the site that I was hoping to share, and I will make sure I fix that before the next hearing. But we're looking at, as David pointed out, approximately 8,300 square feet of restoration in what's currently bare ground. There's no existing shrub layer. There is some existing canopy. You can see the canopy trees that are proposed to remain are just the simple circles throughout the 50-foot buffer zone. And then the rest of it is pretty much a ground cover mix of grasses. There is some at the southern portion along the existing pathway. There's some native grasses and wildflowers. Other than that, the ground cover layer is entirely bare and there's absolutely no shrub layer existing. So we're proposing to restore approximately 8,300 square feet within the 0 to 50 and another 1,300 square feet in the 50 to 100. We're proposing 11 trees, 195 native shrubs that are appropriate, as well as restoring bare areas of the ground cover layer with Pennsylvania sedge to match the existing naturalized ground covers that are in the area. We are proposing to plant shrubs at a smaller container size in order to minimize disturbance of some of that native ground cover layer. We'd like to keep as much of that native ground cover layer intact as possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed mitigation.
Okay, thank you. So it's a total of 20 trees that are proposed for removal?
A total of 20 trees are proposed for removal within the area, the construction of the dwelling. There are also some trees that are just dead or in decline, and you can see that David has them labeled 12-inch dead oak, very close to the proposed deck. And all of the trees have been flagged in the field if you had an opportunity to visit the site.
Yep, I did. I get it that, that the trees, especially for the construction of the dwelling, but it is dismaying to see so many live, healthy oaks with those bands on them.
Yeah, they're all in the footprint of the proposed dwelling outside of the 50. We are proposing only to remove 2 trees within the 50-foot buffer. And again, it's because there's a pine and an oak. They're in decline. They're very close to the house. You can see them just within the 50-foot buffer. All of the other trees that are existing within the 50-foot buffer are proposed to remain.
Okay, so in mitigation for the 20 coming out, you are proposing 14?
We're proposing 11 total trees, and all of them are to be, with the exception of one, are to be replanted in the 0 to 50-foot buffer.
Okay, so that's
yeah, and that's basically because there's just, as David pointed out, it's a fairly tight lot. Outside of the 50-foot buffer, the structure, the septic, the structure of the house, and then there are 2 trees remaining sort of along the west property line, an 18-inch oak and a 20-inch oak within the 50 to 100. Those are well outside of the construction area, not too close to the house, so those can remain. The rest are coming out simply because of their proximity to the construction, and then some of those declining trees or dead trees right along the 50-foot buffer line.
Okay. Maybe this is a question for David, but I forget. I see the driveway. What is the material for the proposed driveway? Just curious. I know it's outside of jurisdiction, but I'm just have it on my.
I don't know, Madam Chair. I'll have to find that out.
It doesn't. It's outside of our jurisdiction anyway. So just had it as a note. Okay, I'll ask commission members. Bob Del Vecchio, I'll start with you. With any questions or comments you have.
Yeah, I have some questions. The trees in the front of the house are pretty close to the foundation that are going to be remaining, those circles. Aren't they kind of close to the house? And if they are, would you propose planting some newer trees if those are going to be removed?
You mean between the house and Gillis Road, Bob?
Yes, between the house and the septic leaching field.
No, those are all going to be removed. They're outside of jurisdiction, but the entire area between the house and Gillis Road, for the most part, is outside of jurisdiction. But the grading that's going to have to occur and the installation of the septic system and the installation of the foundation pretty much negates their being able to save any of those.
Okay. I tried anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
And also the steps, the stairs leading down to the path. What are they going to have? Is there going to be stone between the stairs?
No, just the native ground cover grass, and they're just in-ground timber risers. It's quite a steep slope, and it just allows them to have access to that existing path that you can see at the southern portion of the property. So it's going to be simple in-ground timber risers in the natural material that's there.
Okay. All right, and as well as the timbers that are at grade. I suppose that grass will be string trimmed from time to time, just to allow people to.
It will likely. It's really what I would call Cape Cod lawn that's in that area right now, and that's what would remain in the timber riser area. So, may need a string trim in the spring when it's actively growing, but as we know, with typical grasses that make up what we call Cape Cod lawn, they're mainly dormant in the summertime.
Yeah.
The only irrigation that will be in this area will be the temporary irrigation that's required to get the trees and shrubs established.
Okay, and I know Bob's going to have a comment on the vegetable garden, so I'll leave that to him. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Tom?
Yeah, I'll defer to Bob on the vegetable garden. My only concern is actually about the proposed path. It's not quite, but almost vertical to the slope. And normally that would be a red flag for potential erosion, substantial erosion of the bank. So what are you doing to prevent that from a path that's so vertical to the slope?
I completely understand your question, and it's an excellent question, Tom. I think the way we're trying to wind that as much as possible but I see what you're saying. It's the timber risers are almost following the topography, the topo lines. So we could potentially curve that in a slightly different direction, although the access, we're trying to give them access just from the deck area. You can see kind of coming down in that side yard area in order to access that path. There is going to be a native ground cover layer, and the idea of the timber risers would also be to slow water down. So versus just having a footpath that's cutting right directly through that would eventually become almost a chute for the water, the timber risers will help spread some of that water out. The area between the timber risers and directly surrounding are entirely vegetated. And then the way that path is curving, it's not lending itself so much to just a straight drop down. So we did try to put some curve into it to slow that water down.
Would it be useful to increase the amount of vegetative matter around the, I'll call it the frame, but I mean the edge of the path in order to capture and disperse runoff so that the erosion would be minimized?
Yeah, we could definitely do that. For instance, we've got some sweet fern we could bring in a little bit closer to the path. The idea too is this entire ground cover layer will also be restored with native grasses and wildflowers. So there'll be the entire 50-foot buffer will be vegetated, and mainly Pennsylvania sedge will be the grass that's existing on site and will be plugged back into any bare areas. But yes, we could bring some sweet fern in, something that's not going to overgrow and get into the path. That's going to require. We just want to minimize disturbance for maintaining that footpath.
I understand, but it would be appreciated if you would
Sure.
Take that into consideration. That'd be great.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's the only question I had.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Bob?
I didn't realize I was the vegetable garden specialist here.
You are the vegetable garden.
But, since you mentioned it, it's a 10 by 20. I'm all for vegetable gardening, but the obvious question is, does it have to be in the NDZ?
That is a great question, Bob, and I was absolutely prepared for that question to
I
come
thought
up.
you might be.
So, and working with Emma, I had a large discussion with her this morning because in my office, she was mainly working with the Gillises on the design of this. So my understanding is that the reason the vegetable garden is proposed in this area is to be able to capture as much sunlight as possible. Of course, it's on the south side of the house, which was the main goal, and to just allow them a little bit of yard space between some level grassy area between the deck and the 50-foot buffer. So the proposal was to put the 10 by 20 raised vegetable planter within this area. I did express that that's something that I felt the commission might not necessarily be in support of. So there's a reason that it was put there, and that was pretty much at the property owner's request in order to capture as much sunlight as possible. But with that, I'm open to suggestions.
Well, just from looking at the planning plan, it looks like there could be room to move it out of the NDZ, at least in part, if not all. So I'm just saying that that's the way it would appear.
Okay.
The other thing is that if any of it is remaining in the NDZ, they have to be willing and to, of course, engage in totally organic vegetable gardening, which is not everybody is prepared to do.
Yes.
And not everybody succeeds at. And also, even more importantly, it's difficult to verify that that's happening from now on.
Right.
I'm an organic vegetable gardener myself, and it's no easy path. So
I will definitely bring that back to the Gillises and have that discussion with them.
Yeah, and also, what would the raised garden be made of?
It would be cedar.
Okay. Oh, cedar. Okay, well, that's expensive. Okay, I can't afford that. So back to the trees. I think it's concerning Jen. It's concerning me too. 20 coming out, 11 going in. Some of the trees, I guess, that are coming out or on either side of the house are coming out because they're considered to be too close to the new house. Is that why they're coming out? Because
and the grading that's required.
The grading.
Yeah, so on the east side of the house, you can see the new topo lines. So the grading is going to require the trees to be removed.
Okay. But why couldn't more be replaced in those areas so that we get a little bit better, something closer to a one-to-one mitigation for those trees that are coming?
They could. I guess our concern always is we're looking at, we are the house. We are putting one tree back in on the sort of that eastern corner of just off the house along the eastern property line. It would be tight. There are a couple of oak trees just again just west of the eastern property line, just outside of the 100-foot buffer that are remaining. I believe, actually, no, I apologize. Those have to come out also for grading. Sorry, they're shown not as removed because they're outside of the 100-foot buffer. There is the potential to put another tree up in that area. So you can see where the 12-foot contour, the 32 contour, there's a 10-inch oak. It's just outside of the 100-foot buffer. It is possible with the new 32-foot contour to put another tree back in that area. So that's certainly a possibility. We'd probably want something smaller, like a tupelo tree, just because of its proximity to the house. And then in the rest of the area within the buffer zone, we really are really tight. On the western property line, we've got that 18 and 20-inch oak that's within that 50 to 100. So we're just tight for space. That's all.
Understand. But we all know, I mean, you're in the business, you know that oaks are have the highest habitat value of all trees.
Absolutely.
And we're getting rid of a bunch of them. And so
yeah.
it's a real concern here. and I don't know exactly what can be done about it. There's also, I guess, theoretically the possibility of putting some more down in the NDZ, which of course, I'm sure there will be some objection for the view, but nevertheless, it's not a good ratio of oaks coming out versus oaks going back in. It's just not good at all. And then let's see, other than the question about, or the concerns about the vegetable garden and the tree ratio, I have my standard observations that for the mitigation, it will be good to indicate that the lawn is what the nature of the lawn will be. In other words, where is it going to be Cape Cod lawn?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it going to be? Is there going to be any turf? We can't have, we obviously are against turf, and we know that. So just to indicate clearly, or what is the plan?
Yeah, there'll be no lawn within the 50-foot no disturb zone. All of the lawn would be surrounding the dwelling in the within the 50 to 100, and then of course outside of jurisdictional areas. So all of the 50-foot buffer, with the exception of the area that's proposed for the vegetable garden, is to be naturally vegetated.
Right. So, but the lawn between in the 50 to 100, is that going to be Cape Cod lawn or turf lawn?
We will make sure that we add a note to that effect on the plan.
That it is Cape Cod lawn.
It would be a fescue. I'm presuming it'll be a fescue lawn.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And also, I always ask about demarcating mitigation areas for future edification. In this particular case, though, basically the whole back of the house is, and some of the sides, so I'm not sure how critical it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So those are my problems. Those are my observations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Let me just check my list. I think that's everything. So what I have here, David and Teresa, is, and I think these are actually all for Teresa. Did you say that do you think you can do any further adjustment to the design of the path to make it less vertical, or do you think planting will take care of that?
Yeah, I'll take another look at it, but I think this path works fairly well, and the adjustment that we can make is to have some more shrubby planting directly around the pathway to help absorb any water that may run off.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll look at that, and you'll discuss with your client either moving the vegetable garden out of the NDZ or committing to 100% organic. And we would probably, because it's in the NDZ, we would probably condition the order to require them to submit, at least for the first 3 years, reports on that to make sure that that's documented.
Yep.
You'll add a note that any lawn area in jurisdiction is a fescue, no irrigation. You will discuss with your clients whether it's possible to add any additional oak trees in the NDZ. Mm-hmm. And that's what I have. Anybody else have any? Did I miss anything?
I have one question.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
No, it was David Little. And I'm going to address the dry well or stone.
Right, there you go. And you're going
to with the applicant.
Yep.
Okay, I did have one question for Teresa, which is I have to admit I should have seen this before. I was wondering if the plantings that you're going to put in at looks like between elevation 12 and 13. If there is a flood or a surge that comes in that gets up to 13 feet, let us say, will your plantings act as a barrier or provide root structure that will help hold the bank together? Or should that be an issue that also should be considered in your planting plan?
So they will, and they're also salt tolerant. So they will tolerate occasional saltwater inundation, not permanent saltwater inundation, but occasional saltwater inundation. So they would be able to tolerate some flooding on occasion, as well as making sure to stabilize that slope. Yes.
But do they have deep roots? I mean, a lot of shrubs that I'm acquainted with are shallow rooted.
Yep, nope, the Virginia rose has deep roots and you find it's actually already existing just on the other side of the path. So there's quite a bit of it. And if you follow this path along the edge of the salt marsh across properties, you find pockets. So the plants that we're proposing in this area are already existing on neighboring lots that follow this pathway right along the edge of the salt marsh. So they're surviving and they're thriving in those areas.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? Any other questions or comments? Teresa, do you think that we could continue this to the 27th? You can grab one of the last available spots for the 27th, or which would require that you make all these decisions and submit a revised plan by the 20th, or we can move it out into February. Your choice.
I believe we can make the changes by the 20th. David, I will leave that to you.
Yes, absolutely. We would love to be able to take advantage of the last open spot.
Okay. So I have a motion then to continue this to January 27th.
Bob Rawls moved to continue to January 27th.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Sorry, I was writing notes to myself.
I know, we have to do too many things at once. To continue this to January 27th, Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous. We'll see you back here on January 27th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They should be able to see that.
Don't go anywhere. All right, Paul, we're ready to move to the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on the agenda is 43 Seaview Street. Kalu, Necvasel, SE10, 465. Proposed raising existing dwelling, remove old foundation, construction of foundation. Not sure what's going on there.
That's generally a phone line causing that feedback.
I just
Everybody, all right, I think we're good now. All right, go ahead. Yeah.
construct exterior stairway to basement 43 Seaview Street, assessors map 15E, parcel 17.
Yes, Russ Holden from Ryder and Wilcox.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Holden.
Good morning and Happy New Year to all.
Yeah, same to you.
Can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay. The applicants, as mentioned, proposed to raise the existing dwelling, pour a new foundation within the footprint of the existing, and then lower the dwelling on the new foundation. The top of the foundation will be approximately 1 foot higher than the existing foundation. Also proposed is the construction of a covered entrance to the basement off the east side of the existing dwelling. The relocation of 3, not 4, as mentioned in the narrative, existing Leland cypress and an existing wood fence along the easterly property line is also proposed. An additional 16 feet will be added to the fence. The construction of the new foundation within the same footprint of the existing will improve the structural integrity of the dwelling and make the basement area more functional. Construction of proposed covered entrance gives the dwelling additional access without encroaching on living space. The additional increase in coverage within the 100-foot buffer is 12 square feet and will be offset by 40 square feet of proposed mitigation behind the existing shed. The mitigation consists of 3 Rosa Carolina, a minimum of 2 gallons in size, and this is keeping with what's already there. The inland bank on this property is determined by the Conservancy District contour elevation 10.87. However, the upper boundary of the bank was delineated where the first observable break in slope, less than 4:1, was determined. The 50 and 100-foot buffers are measured from this delineation. An established paved drive will be used for access. Gutters and downspouts directed to dry wells or French drains at roof drip lines shall be utilized to contain roof runoff. Within the 100-foot buffer, there will be no disturbance or removal of vegetation with the exception of relocation of the tree cypress. A fabric silt fence will be erected prior to construction and maintained through the project. There's no proposed change in grade or surface water runoff. An existing edge of lawn creates a natural vegetated buffer strip, and the buffer shall be maintained with the additional mitigation plantings. The existing areas are presently either lawn or pavement and have no destructive effect on wildlife habitat. The total scope of work proposed will have no adverse impact on the existing environment or wildlife habitat. And I open it up for questions now.
All right, thank you very much. Bob Rawls, do you want to start with any questions?
Yeah, the relocated Lelands, are they on the map? I'm just not finding them.
They are on the existing side. They're the little lined, dark colored circles, or whatever you want to call them, star type objects.
Oh, okay.
Right over in this area.
Okay.
And the approximate location of the replanting is shown on the proposed. They might not go exactly like that. The idea is to use them for better buffer on the easterly property line. Right now, they're kind of scattered around.
Right. Yeah, Lelands always attract our interest because they're non-native, and so we have opportunities to replace them with something else. We seek them. But how tall are they? Are they big Lelands?
They probably are between 6 and 8 feet.
Oh, not particularly big.
No.
Okay. So I guess there would be theoretically the opportunity to replace them with native plants. Just to throw that out there. Other than that, it would appear to be a straightforward project. I don't have any other observations other than is there an opportunity to replace those Lelands?
Okay, thank you. I'm still looking for, I had that same question. I think that the plan that you're showing is a little bit different than what I have. You have X's. Can you highlight one more time, please, where you're talking about moving them to? So they're from there, yeah.
From here, and all we're doing is we're taking, for example, the two that are furthest northeast, these two right here.
Yeah.
Will be transplanted. There'll be one here. There'll be another one placed. Oops, I got something going on here. Another one placed over in here. They'll be sort of clumped a little bit more thickly, let's say.
Okay. So some of that area is outside of our jurisdiction.
Right. One of the ones that's going to be relocated is actually where the fence is now. And
yeah.
It has to get moved.
So was the fence built originally on over the property line?
I would imagine so, because it's there now.
Yeah.
It's about 5 feet off the property line.
Okay, so it's being pulled back inside the property line.
Yes, and when you add the 16 feet, there's approximately, let's see. There's approximately 3 feet of fence that will be into the 100-foot buffer. The rest is outside.
Okay. Okay. And you have the location of the Rosa Carolinas listed. Okay. Bob Del Vecchio, questions or comments?
Yeah, I mean, I had an issue with the Lelands as well. I just, they're not native, and they get really, really huge unless they're sheared. But I would recommend, aside from the one or two that are outside the 100 feet, I would recommend that those be removed and replaced with natives.
I agree with Bob.
Something like red cedar or something like that. You know, I know you still need the screening between the properties, but the leylands should not be in our jurisdiction.
I think that's a unanimous recommendation that you're hearing from the commission.
Can I interject?
Yeah, sure. All we're saying is move the Lelands outside of jurisdiction, and anything that gets planted within that 100-foot would be native, red cedars or something like that.
Yeah, we can go ahead and remove, this is Tim Smith, Minglewood Homes in Chatham. We can go ahead and remove those Leland cypress and replace them with the eastern red cedars,
Okay, thank you.
if that works.
Yep, it does. Okay, anything else?
That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Tom, anything?
I'm concerned with, and I don't know if they've addressed it with runoff. I mean, I understand you're going to put in a dry wells, as I understand it, for the rain, but I'm concerned with the steepness of the slope and the runoff from there eating into the bank. Am I misperceiving the situation, or have I missed something that you're doing that would minimize that sort of erosive activity, or where are we on that?
Well, either the downspouts or the French drain, as David explained to you how that operates, either that or the downspouts going into a dry well will alleviate any runoff from the building. There doesn't appear to be much happening now. So what's going to occur is similar to what's occurring now.
Are there currently dry wells and downspouts? I'm looking on the plan to see. I don't see
Yes,
them.
there are. There's none that show on the plan, but there are downspouts on the existing structure.
And they go to dry wells, they don't exit straight.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, they don't daylight.
And would this raising of the structure have any impact on the handling of the stormwater?
I don't imagine so. What's happening on the west side of the building, the shingles are buried below grade. So that's why it has to be raised, is to get the whole structure above grade. So it'll actually be more beneficial, I think.
And we're not going to be changing the grade there any. So it won't change what's happening there as of now. And it doesn't look like it's washing that bank out at all.
Okay. Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay. I think that's it for me too. So, if you could.
Madam Chair.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
If you would like, I can do a little addendum or something showing the Lelands being replaced by whatever we decide.
Eastern red cedars, I think, was what's suggested, and that seems appropriate. Yes, if you could make that change on the plan, and if you could also just to locate on the plan the existing dry wells so that they're shown. We can schedule this for the work session on February the 2nd. Is it the 3rd? 3rd.
And you'd need a plan by?
A week in advance of that, so by the 20th.
Okay.
Anybody have anything else on this? Is there a motion then to continue this to the work session on February 3rd for review of an order of conditions?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 3rd for OOCs.
Second.
Roll call vote to continue 43 Seaview to the work session on February the 3rd. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Del Vecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. You'll get that the revised plan in by the 20th, and we will see you on February 3rd for the order of conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Paul, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one on the agenda is 20 Jericho Lane LLC, Mark Lebovitz, manager, Eastwood Companies, applicant SC. There is no SC number listed here. I don't know if Mary got one. I just looked on the webpage. I didn't see it. Proposed demolition of existing dwelling, construction of new dwelling within 100 feet of the coastal bank at 20 Jericho Lane, assesses map 10B, parcel D2.
Good morning, David Clark, Clark Engineering on behalf of
Morning.
the applicant.
Morning. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we're just waiting
Okay.
for Seaview Street to disappear from the screen, and maybe you can put your plan up. Uh-oh, did they leave without?
No, I'm still trying to work on this.
Oh, okay, good. I think if you open the share tray and hit stop sharing, that takes care of it.
Why am I not seeing the share?
We might,
I
you might
got
be
it.
able to,
There we go. How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, David, can you pull up your plan for Jericho?
Somebody needs to give me control of the screen.
I don't have that. It's the same problem Teresa had. Bob, are you able to?
For screen control, everybody has access to be able to share their screen. It's the button, share content.
The little arrow up on the upper right side.
I don't see that.
Yeah, I click on share tray and I don't get any options at all. It's nothing.
so I can try it.
Okay. We have found a workaround. Good enough. All right, David, it's up.
Okay. As stated, this is a project where we're demolishing an existing dwelling and constructing a new dwelling. The resource areas are associated with the Oyster Pond River. There's a salt marsh, which the limits we show on the plan, as well as a coastal bank down closer towards the river. We show the 50 and 100 foot setbacks from that. We also show two sections through the bank in the lower left-hand part of the plan, showing how we delineated the bank in accordance with DEP policy. The property as it is now, really the only thing within the no disturb zone is some at-grade steps going down to the existing pier. All the existing development is really between the 50 and 100, or from between the 50 and the street. In citing the new house and developing the landscape plan, there was an opportunity to move the development a little further away from the resource area. You'll see in our site coverage calculations, there's a net reduction within the 50 to 100 of 770 square feet. We show a limit of work right at the 50-foot line, being a line of siltation fence and straw wattles. There's a little bit of regrading on the water side of the house, but we kept that to a minimum by the construction of retaining walls for the elevated terraces. This does not require zoning board of appeals approval. The lot is conforming and the redevelopment of the property conforms to zoning setbacks and building coverage. The owners had asked the Board of Health for an additional bedroom, one more than what's there now, and that requires the use of an innovative alternative septic system, and that's shown in the southwest corner of the property, as far as away from the resource area as we could get it. I believe Andrew Garrelay is on the line to talk about the landscape plan, but I'll be happy to answer questions regarding the engineered plan.
Okay, thank you. So is this a similar system to what we saw earlier? Is it a nitrogen removal system?
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. I'll start with you, Tom, this morning with any questions or reactions.
Okay. First question. There's a vegetative buffer strip that was referred to in the narrative, but I don't see it on the plans. Can you add it?
Sure, it'll just be the 25-foot setback or offset from the top of the bank. But yeah, I can add that 25-foot line to the plan.
Thank you. Second question is, in the text, again, you say that the adverse impacts to wildlife habitat have been minimized. In what way I mean, are you making a general statement just based on what you're doing, or did you actually go out and check out the site, or what's the basis for that statement?
All the development is within the existing disturbed area of the property, and increases have been pushed towards the street. So that's the basis for the statement that we're not increasing site coverage within the 50 to 100 foot buffer zone. So therefore, there's an improvement to wildlife habitat and no adverse impacts.
Okay, that makes sense. One last question: the stairs going down to the ramp, winding their way down. The top part of the stairs appear to be going perpendicular to the slope. I'm concerned about soil erosion from that kind of design. What can you do to prevent that from happening?
This is the existing at-grade steps going down to the dock?
Yes. Well, I don't know if they're existing.
Yeah, we're not proposing any changes to those steps.
Okay, so all the steps currently exist. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the little shorty that goes to the ramp. I'm talking about the part that winds up the slope.
Yep.
Is that currently exists?
That does, yes.
Okay, what can you do to minimize any erosive effects of runoff? Can you add plantings, grass, whatever, to keep that from becoming a problem?
Well, it's been there for 60 years almost. So if there was an erosion problem after 60 years, we probably would have noticed something significant there. So I don't think it's an issue. The other thing is the existing pier and float system is currently licensed. That license expires in June of this year. We're in the process of renewing that permit, that license with DEP. The owners want to explore moving the dock because it's kind of disconnected from the existing dwelling, let alone the proposed dwelling. So we're exploring options of moving it after we get the new license. So there's a good chance that that whole at-grade steps will be abandoned or removed and that area restored if that project goes through. So at this point, there's no work in that area is proposed under this application.
Well, just since you raised the topic, is there any thought being given to, I assume that the pier, let's assume it's relocated, would the design be such as to increase the amount of sunlight that gets underneath the pier so that
Yes.
the plantings will suffer a minimal amount of problem with low light?
Yes. Right now, because the pier was constructed prior to the adoption of the Wetlands Protection Act, no conservation review is required in relicensing it. When we apply to move it, DEP and zoning and the commission have full jurisdiction over the design and location of that pier. So yes, when we come back before the board next fall, we will have a pier that is much more environmentally friendly. We will most certainly be using the flow-through decking. There's an opportunity to shorten the overall length of the pier. As you see on the southern property line, the width of the salt marsh is significantly narrower. And so we think it'll be a win-win when we come back before conservation with that project.
Thank you.
That's good. Is that it, Tom?
That's it.
Okay, Bob Delvecchio.
Hi, David. Happy New Year.
New Year.
And the brick foundation right on the 50, right on the 50 line, is that, it seemed like it was kind of broken and so forth. It says that's going to be remaining.
No, those are the remains of a brick foundation. I assume that that's an old well house. Town water didn't come down Jericho Lane till 1991. The house has been here since 1960. So at some point, for 30 years, it was on a well. And I presume that that's where the well was. It's quite common on older houses that they had a separate structure to house the well and the expansion tank and things like that.
Okay, so that's going to be removed then.
I don't show that detail on my plan. I'm just looking at Andrew's.
He doesn't say either.
Doesn't say either. Since we don't have a file number and we'll have to continue, I can get an answer on that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the site plan and it says brick foundation remains. Oh, remains meaning.
The remains of, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so you don't know if that's going to be removed or not.
No, I do not.
I would guess that if it doesn't come out in this round, it will certainly come out when you relocate the pier. I would guess.
And I don't see the amount of trees being removed. Are any trees being removed?
There are no trees within the footprint of the house or the patios or even the walkways. We show all the existing trees on the plan. The only trees within your jurisdiction, actually all the trees within your jurisdiction are to remain. Andrew has graded it in such a way that the toe of all that fill is not encroaching on any of the trees. There are trees to be removed, but they're all out at the street outside the 100-foot buffer.
And how about the lawn? What's the status on the lawn? What's going to happen to the lawn?
This is Andrew Garrelay. The lawn area on the front side of the house, if you look at the landscape plan, I was careful to label the front yard on the street side as lawn, And on the back side, I labeled it as grass, which is the existing Cape Cod lawn. I don't know if you can get that on there. Or,
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah, if you see on the back side of the house, the water side of the house, there's a couple of places where it's labeled as grass, which is what's currently there, kind of a Cape Cod lawn. On the street side of the house, I labeled it as lawn because I assume they're going to irrigate that, and outside of the jurisdiction, and or at least outside of the 50, and those are flat areas. One thing I'd like to point out on the grading, I was very careful on the grading on this. Some of this is driven by building height requirements, so that's what's up with the terraced walls, if you were wondering. But what we've done really is created flat areas within those retaining walls, whether it's the circular, semicircular ones toward the corners of the house, or the one underneath the deck and patio. Those are all flat areas which helps minimize the runoff. So previous to this plan, the existing condition, there's much more slope there's much more slope where water is running down toward the resource areas. So this helps minimize that by having all those flat areas. But yes, on the water side of the house, that would be not a finished turf grass with irrigation and fertilizer and all that. That's why it's labeled as grass rather than lawn.
Okay, could you specify a little bit more on the plan maybe, and specify maybe Cape Cod lawn, no irrigation or something like that?
We can put that in the order.
Yeah, it's a pretty typical of, I think it's a standard condition that you all have in there. So that's why I don't go to that extreme on the plan, is to minimize the text.
Yeah, okay.
Because you always see it in the order of conditions.
All right. And, okay, those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Just to follow up, Russ, when I was there, there's a lot of trees surrounding, particularly on the east side of the house within the 100, and then on the southwest corner that are marked, that have, I think it's either orange or blue, about a dozen or so of them. So if they're not being marked for removal, what's the significance of that?
They're marked as staying. So I will, so there's no confusion. I will take those off if the commission wants.
Okay. So no trees in the jurisdictional area are being removed.
Correct.
Great. Wow. Well, that takes care of that. Bob,
Madam Chair, this is Bill Riley.
Yes, Mr. Riley.
Was my understanding there are three, I can't see it on the plan, but there were three small oaks whose roots are being periodically inundated with salt that are in tough shape down at the bottom of the slope that the property owners would like to remove.
Okay, they're not.
Andrew, can you point those out?
I don't know anything about that.
Okay. I'll make sure we should. I know we have to be continued because we don't have an SE number yet, but just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention.
Okay. So we'll get that marked. Okay. Bob Rawls?
I have another question. Oh, go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
Well, yeah, let me, so this is it's a demo and rebuild. And so there's landscaping there now around the house. In the new house, which is largely in the 50 to 100, all the landscaping, all the foundation plants they appear to me to be non-native. Am I seeing that right?
That is correct.
Obviously, that's not what Conservation Commission would like to see.
I've not experienced having to put native plants around the foundation of a house in the 50 to 100 in the past.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a little debatable as to whether or not we have authority to enforce that, but we do get cooperation on that in a number of cases. So, you know, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to.
But as I would say on this is, here we are around small. Can somebody scroll that down a little bit so we can see the house? I don't know who has control of the screen.
It's actually me. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, so if you look, we've got retaining walls. Everything, all the plantings, with the exception of a couple of daylilies around the stepping stones that are coming off the main patio in the back, everything is raised up above the grade and not connected to habitat at all. So it doesn't really serve a habitat purpose beyond the fact, I guess, that birds could fly in and enjoy the berries and things, but it's also areas that we need to keep low plantings that because it's more difficult to maintain. So I don't know what the benefit of having the native plants in those locations would be as far as habitat would go. It's almost like taking away from an aesthetic of built structure. That's all built structure. So that's why I wouldn't see the big benefit of turning that all into native. It's almost it's depriving the homeowner of a little bit of aesthetic. We're talking about around the part that's closest there to the patio. We're just looking at very small plants. We're looking at 2-foot high pia hydrangeas, catmint, daylilies. There are a couple of hydrangeas off the corners. And then on those raised semicircular retaining wall, we've got some hydrangeas in there on one side and some screening for the AC units and the generator that's under a second-story deck. So we want to screen that a little bit. That's.
Well, I will respond to that. It's not just habitat value that those plants are providing, but also food value. So if they were natives, then you would have insects flock to those plants, which would they'd live there. Then you'd have birds coming in to eat the insects that are living on the natives. So they provide a great deal of habitat and wildlife value. And there's a world of natives that could be substituted for those non-natives that would not only be as attractive, but also require less water, require no fertilizer, would require no care. So it's, in situations like this, I just like to point out that this is the 21st century. So we're hopefully, we need to be spreading the idea that native plants are actually better in many ways than these showy non-natives that have been developed over many years and planted in our lawns.
And I understand that 100%, but the problem for me is that I work for homeowners that have certain expectations of aesthetics as well as the values of the conservation. And when we have a very large backyard that we're not touching here, when it comes time to do the pier, my understanding is we're having an environmental consultant that has already been secured for doing some restoration plantings and things down there. So I think from the homeowner's perspective, and that's who I work for, and I completely understand what you're saying about habitat and or also food value and things like that. But at what point are we if I took those all away, I wouldn't be required to put any plants in there. So am I adding harm by decorating some of the hardscape with ornamental plants? And I would submit that I'm not adding harm, and I'm not displacing something that would otherwise be native. So unless that's a required mitigation, it seems like it's a punitive thing to me if we have to make that native. But I do understand what you're saying about the value of it. It is there. But from the homeowner's perspective, they want to have a little bit of aesthetic. And this is any homeowner. This is not something this homeowner said to me specifically, but in any condition.
Andrew, just a minute. This is Bill Riley.
Sure.
We'll be happy to talk to the homeowners, not necessarily about changing the foundation plantings, but about doing additional plantings on the property that would, respond to Bob's concerns with maybe some additional plantings, that are not directly adjacent to the property, to the house, but would enhance those values that Bob is concerned about on the property as a whole. Be happy to talk with him about that. We have to come back anyway.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here. That's great. We appreciate that. I want to support Bob's point here. We do not, and we have not clarified in any of our policies or documents that we require natives in the outer aura. But as he noted, in the year of 2021, I think people are increasingly recognizing not only the value of natives, but that they are aesthetically pleasing to the same degree, increasingly, as the more ornamentals that people are more accustomed to. And I think it's incumbent on us as Conservation Commission to continue to move more in that direction, and incumbent on the landscape professionals, Andrew, to help educate your clients and show them some of the options that might be available that they may not have considered in their selection of plantings in this area. I understand the point about the raised, that they're in a raised section, and we'll get to that in a second. But again, they're still in a conservation area, and I'm happy that you'll have a conversation about other plantings, but I hope that you'll also have a conversation about some alternatives. And I don't think Bob is saying, I'm going to put words in his mouth, that we would require all of that to be, changed over to native. We're just trying to move along in a direction that encourages more native planting in jurisdictional areas. So if you could come up with, we can send you all kinds of great lists, but I think you probably already have access to them.
I certainly do.
Yeah, of what's available, and show them some possibilities perhaps, and maybe we can do some tweaking of some of these plants, and see if they would be amenable to trying something a little different and be very happy with that result.
Okay, thank you.
They'll be just to follow, they'll be very happy to see all those butterflies
absolutely
come in and hover over their plants, whereas with your essentially plastic non-native foundation plants, that won't occur. So it's a win. It's a win for your clients.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Well said, Bob.
Yep. Okay, Bob, anything else?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. So David, I just go back to, okay, I'll get to you in a second, Tom, to the can you describe, there's a lot of grading to create this flat area. And I understand from, I guess, from both you and Andrew described it, that it will have the effect of ultimately addressing runoff down the slope. But how much fill is being brought to this site to accomplish this change in the grade?
I haven't done a fill calculation yet.
Is that something you could do? Is that,
yep.
Could you, that would be helpful to understand exactly, because it is a big grade change. And why is it because they're flattening this, that the retaining wall on the far west side extends, I don't know, 20, 25 feet beyond the end of the house? Is that because of to hold that slope on the west side of the house?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, Bill Riley,
Yeah.
Under the Chatham zoning bylaw, we have to create a grade plane to measure the height of the building. And so the way the grade plane is calculated is you have to go out 20 feet from the corner of the house. And so that's why these go out 20 feet, so that if we let the slope fall away, it dramatically reduces the height of the structure. And so these folks want, a second story. The existing home is just one story. They want a second story, and to get that height, we need this area, this 20-foot extension of the same elevation.
Yeah.
That's the reason for it.
Okay. And then, David, you can do a calculation to show us how much fill is going to be required to accomplish that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a date for ZBA?
This does not have to go to ZBA.
Even if you're changing the height like this? Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's because we're staying under the maximum height.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Tom, you had something else?
Yeah, I want to go back to the brick foundation, quote unquote. Is there a well there? And has it been closed?
There might still be a well there. I'll find that out. If there is a well there and it's functioning, they'll probably keep it for irrigation purposes.
Oh, okay. Because otherwise I would think it should be closed. I've closed a lot of wells in my day, to say the least. So it's an issue I'm sensitive to. But if they're not going to use it for irrigation, then we ought to fill it up with grout and drill it out for the top 6 feet or something.
All right, he'll check into that. All right, anybody have anything else? Okay, so let me just run through what I've written down here, that you'll add an indication of the 25-foot vegetated buffer strip to the plan, check into that brick foundation, determine whether it's a well, whether it's staying, whether it's going, whether the well is useful, functions, or whether it should be closed, and just clarify both the brick and the well. Let's see, mark the 3 oaks that are identified to be removed. Is there, and identify and mitigation replacement for those? And if it's in the coastal bank, that would be 2-to-1 replacement. Provide the fill calculations for the regrading, and anything else? Did I miss anything?
The foundation plants.
Oh, well, yeah, gosh. Have a conversation about whether you can swap out any of those non-natives for natives. And what any other native plants that you would propose in that buffer zone.
And
the well.
And the well.
And remove the tape around those trees as well.
Yeah, remove the tape.
Yes.
All right. All right. Given all of that in our schedule, 1, 2, 3. The next really open hearing date is February 10th. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks from today.
I can have my changes by then.
You would need them by, where am I?
The 3rd.
The 3rd, yeah. Okay. That's great. Is there a motion then to continue 20 Jericho Lane to February the 10th?
Doug Rawls moved to continue to February 10th.
Second.
Roll call vote to continue 20 Jericho Lane to February 10th. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous. We'll take this back up on February 10th with the changes that we've discussed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, before we move on, save. I think at this point, it's 10:50. We need to, everybody take a 5-minute break and stand up. As I always say, stretch, refill your water glass, do whatever. Take 5 minutes to move away from your screen and give your eyes and your brain a little break. So Mark or Ryan, we're going to take a 5-minute break right here. Okay, we're back. Paul, you want to read the next one as we move on?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item on the agenda is for 68 Shell Drive, Chatham Point LLC, SE, no file number yet. Just checked on the webpage. Proposed relocation of existing dwelling and barn, construction of a new dwelling within land subject to coastal storm flowage. Assessors map 14K, parcel W50.
Madam Chair, Bill Riley, on behalf of the Giacalone family.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Riley. Before you get started, just because this is complicated and there are, I think, a number of preliminary issues, I'd like to propose an order that we go through this in, starting with an overview of the existing physical characteristics of the site, resource area, delineation, past use and how the site physically has changed. And before we even begin to address the proposed development, I think I'd like to have the presentation on what's being proposed in terms of changes to the floodplain to accommodate the proposed development and consideration of the analysis that was done by Mr. Shaw at the Woods Hole Group, and the impacts of the proposed changes to the elevations and the topography. And I know that there is at least one and maybe more abutting neighbors who are here today who are keenly interested in that issue and have brought with them an engineer who may want to ask some questions. And then at that point to begin an overview of what is being actually proposed in terms of the move of the historic structure and the construction of the new one. I think this is obviously it's going to take more than one hearing. I'd like to go in that order. Just seems to make the most sense to me. I've allotted an hour for this part, for the hearing for today. So I'd like to see how far we get. We get as far as we do in an hour. And to tell all the folks who submitted comments in support of, well, 95% of them are in support of the aspect of the proposal that is moving the historic structure to a different portion of the property. We will read all of those into the record. That may not happen today because it may not be, we may not be at that point. So if you've submitted something, it will get read. May not just happen right away. So does that work for you, Mr. Riley?
Well, of course, you know, for some reason I have a black square on my.
Yeah. I think Dave's screen it's David's screen that's being shared right now, so I don't know why it's second.
Well, I don't know. See, all I have is this big black square, so I don't. All right.
There we go. That's the existing conditions. Okay.
Okay, so our team today, I'd like to introduce them before we go any further.
Yep.
We have David Clark is our engineer. Joe Giacalone, who is the owner of the property, is on the call as well. We have Teresa Sprague, and we have from Woods Hole Group, Leslie Fields, who's a senior engineer there, and Alex Shaw. Mr. Shaw is the one who prepared the flood analysis, and we also have Clay Smook, who is the architect, if there are any questions about the foundation. And so it sounds like you'd like us to lead with a presentation by Woods Hole Group regarding the proposed changes to the grade on the property. Is that correct?
Actually, I'd like an overview of the existing conditions first, which is exactly the right slide that's up. if David could walk us through the conditions and orient us to the various resource areas. I will say, with respect to that when we went out to look at the site, the resource areas and the 50 and 100 foot lines are not staked. I understand that at least staking the top of the coastal bank is possibly problematic as it lies on the other side of the dune. But we will need to have those 50 and 100 foot lines staked so that we can assess the exactly where they are.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
Yep.
So Dave Clark, do you want to run through the resource areas?
See the cursor moving, I suppose. Basically, almost the entire property is within land subject to coastal storm flowage. The AE 11 zone starts out by the water and goes along the I'd say the westerly bluff out by the water. We follow that along. It goes off the property onto the neighbor's property and continues off property till we get to Shell Drive, and then we pick it up again on the subject property, and it continues to the southeast and back off the property. There is a self-contained flood zone, so to speak, on the northeast corner of the property on that bluff, and there it wraps around, it goes onto the adjacent property, and connects back in here. So so everything inside the lot where we're doing all the activity is within land subject to coastal storm flowage. Out by the water, there are, like I said, two bluffs and considered coastal banks. So there's the westerly coastal bank, and then the easterly coastal bank wraps around onto the neighbor's property and back down to here. There's the 50 foot from each of those coastal banks, and then there's the 100 foot. And I apologize for not staking those resource areas or the buffers because 99% of this project is about filling in the floodplain. So I thought all the attention was going to be on that and didn't want to sidetrack onto those resource areas. To the east, there is a salt marsh on the abutter's property. It's separated from the project by the neighbor's driveway. And we show the 50 and 100 foot from that resource area. There is a berm, and because these are 2 foot contours, it really doesn't show up, but there is a berm that was constructed, I'd say decades ago, based upon the mature vegetation on it that goes along the property line. And the height of that berm is about elevation 8, more or less. After the no-name storm, this property was inundated in the no-name storm, and the owners at that time came to the Conservation Commission for a permit to build a berm, and that basically connects the two coastal banks. I did provide a photograph of construction activity at that time, showing work. I believe it was in this area of the property. So there's a berm there now. At the top, the crest of that is about elevation 10, which would have been elevation 11 under the old datum, and elevation 11 was the A zone for this area in 1990s. There's a berm here. We located approximately where the toe of that berm is. The whole area is planted with some restoration plantings dating back, I think, to the 90s. So there's no definite transition from the secondary dune to this berm. So we approximated where that secondary dune is and the 100-foot from that. There is a coastal beach out on the abutting property to the north. And north of that, there is salt marsh associated with Bassing Harbor itself. I did not show buffer zones to that because it's so far away.
Yeah.
So if there are any questions on the delineation,
Okay, let's pause here. Yep, thank you very much for that. So the secondary dune is not the same as the berm that was built after the no-name storm. Is that, do I have that right?
It's not. I'm calling the toe, the seaward toe of that berm as the limits of the secondary dune, more or less, based upon the proposed grading on the 1990 submission.
Okay.
Can't think of the exact date of that plan. I might have that.
That would be interesting. That would.
There's the 1990. Well, do you see that? That's the.
No.
Is that coming up on the screen?
Nope, you're still sharing your.
Oh, the other one. Okay. Let me. Not sure how to get the other one up there.
That's okay. It's really a matter of curiosity and help and context. We can look at it. Oh, we're getting there.
Okay. How about that?
Okay. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
So there's the array that's on the seaward face of the berm. So basically, we're calling the toe of that the limit of the dune.
Okay. Thank you. Questions on the delineation and the current existing physical characteristics of the site? Let's pause and see if there are any questions here from commissioners. Just jump in, guys. You can, if you have a question, speak up. If not, we'll move on to the proposal.
Okay, so, all right, Madam Chair, so the our representatives from Woods Hole Group are Leslie Fields, senior engineer, and Alex Shaw, who actually prepared the analysis that you have. So I'll turn it over to Leslie and Alex.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Leslie Fields, Woods Hole Group. Does it make sense, Madam Chairman, to have David talk a little bit about what's proposed in that land subject to coastal storm flowage before we talk about the analysis we did? Is that what you were asking for?
Yeah, if there's context to show us why you're doing it, but I just want to get into the weeds on the details of the proposal of the buildings. Let's maybe just a broad overview of why you are taking the approach that you are.
Yeah, how's that sound, David?
Yep. Let me get the plan. Well, that's the wrong plan. I'm trying to get the other site plan up.
Okay.
David, this is Alex speaking. If you share your desktop screen as opposed to a specific window, you can share multiple of them.
Madam Chair, while we wait for that, I can tell you that in a broad sort of layman's way, what the goal is. The Giacalone family.
Oh, lost you. I think, am I back?
You're here, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can. Bill's going to give us some background on why you look for get the plan going.
Right. So when the team got together and we educated Joe Giacalone, who's on the call today too, that the first floor of his house was going to have to be 4 or 5 feet above the existing grade. He thought about it a great deal, and he'd done a lot of reading about the rising sea level and the effect it's having, and he'd read some comments about bringing material in to protect properties from flooding, and he learned about the Woods Hole Group, and he thought that based on what he had read and what he'd learned and folks he'd spoken with, that his proposal to bring in fill would do no harm to the wetland values that are protected here, and would keep his house from being flooded. His understanding was that even if he elevated his house, and in a flooding situation, the water would be around his house probably for days at a time after a flooding event, would make access to his house by safety vehicles more or less impossible. And so, considering the investment he's going to have in this house, he wanted it to be accessible by safety vehicles and his family all the time. So that's kind of how we got to where we are, and that's why he engaged Leslie and Woods Hole Group to come up with this proposal, with the understanding that it didn't make sense from the engineer's point of view, from Woods Hole Group, that he wouldn't propose it, but relying on their analysis, he thinks that what he wants to do can be done without harm. So that's why they proceeded and prepared the report. I don't know if you want David to do more about that, or just get right into Alex and Leslie.
Thank you for that. That's good context. David, is there anything that you think should be added at this point before we hear from Leslie and Alex?
I can just very briefly run through the proposal, if you like. Am I in control of the screen?
Yep.
Okay. So you see the existing dwelling, and this is the proposed dwelling. It's largely within the area that's already disturbed, with the exception of the north wing. Coming down with the driveway, circle into the garage. One of the reasons why we're proposing so much fill here is that there's no way for emergency vehicles servicing any of the other properties back up the road to get down here and turn around. So that's one of the reasons why we're proposing such a large driveway and elevating it. And Leslie's team will get into this, but we show the low point of the driveway of 10.6. That is right at or just above the still water elevation. So chances are this area will not see any standing water during a 100-year storm event. And we're carrying out that fill all the way around the house. Right now, around the existing house, we got about elevation 7, more or less, and we're bringing it up to elevation 12 right at the foundation and feathering that down to the southwest and to the southeast and to the east, and also tying into existing contours on the north side. Altogether, it's probably a little more than 6,000 yards of fill. And again, that's entirely within the land subject to coastal storm flowage. So that's it in a nutshell as far as development right around the house.
Okay, thank you for that. That helps. Okay, folks from Woods Hole Group.
Yeah, so my name's Leslie Fields. I'm a coastal geologist and certified floodplain manager. Contrary to what Attorney Riley said, I don't have that engineering degree. So, Woods Hole Group was hired to look at the impacts of the proposed project on the floodplain and the adjacent resource areas. And I wanted the commission to know that a significant part of our business is devoted to floodplain management projects, sea level rise, storm surge modeling, and resiliency planning. We've done a lot of work for, all of the work for Mass DOT to look at sea level rise and flooding for the entire state along the coast. So we have all the data that is the state standard for looking at flooding both now and in 2030 and 2050 and 2070. It's entirely appropriate then that, we used our skill set and expertise to evaluate the project. I'm going to let Alex Shaw talk in just a second because he's the engineer and numerical modeler who did the actual technical evaluation. But I did just want to say that based on the results of the evaluation, we did make a determination that the proposed work meets all the performance standards in the Chatham Wetlands Bylaw for work and land subject to coastal storm flowage. The only exception is that restriction to filling in this resource area, and that's the subject of a variance request that's been filed as a part of the project. So anyways, I'm going to turn it over to Alex, and we'll certainly be available for questions if the commission has any.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is Alex speaking. So we were asked to look at the property at 68 Shell Drive and determine the impacts that the proposed grade changes would have to the surrounding properties as well as the property itself. To start that off, we looked at both the existing and proposed elevations using data collection from digital elevation models, as well as the proposed contours from Clark Engineering to determine the two different site plans, which can be shown on the left and the right. As you can see, the panel on the left, the current building is sort of in a bowl with a berm in the front at elevation 10 feet and a berm to the right-hand side at elevation 8, with most of the property being somewhere around 7, with some even getting down to 6.5 feet. To evaluate this, we wanted to look at it using both hydrodynamic and wave models. For the hydrodynamic models, we used HECRAS, and for wave models, we used CMS Wave to look at the 100-year conditions for water levels, current velocities, and wave heights under both the existing and proposed conditions. Looking at the flooding extent or the water levels that are impacting the area, the left-hand panel is showing the existing case and the right-hand panel is showing the proposed case. As you can see with the proposed case, the current structure as well as the proposed structure would not be inundated due to the raised elevations. Can you see my mouse?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Specific areas of interest are this road that was coming down that we elevated specifically so that this water couldn't get around here and connect over here. We did a previous analysis where this road was lower, which increased current velocities in this area, which would have been a problem due to our erosion possibilities and things to that effect, as well as cutting off the property entirely from access to emergency vehicles or escape routes and things to that effect. So in general, the water levels are reduced on the property itself. but there are no negative impacts to any adjacent properties. They maintain the same water elevation that they currently have. Moving on to current velocities, the warmer colors, red and yellows, show the higher current velocities. On the left-hand side is existing conditions. You can see that there's a hotspot for current velocities coming over this berm that's separating the 60HL drive and the property to the east. This is from water cresting the berm and then flowing into this property. You can also see these higher velocities in this area and surrounding the house itself. Under the proposed conditions, all of those velocities are significantly reduced, going from greater than meters per second to about 0.2 to 0.4 meters per second, so much slower, which will reduce the impact to vegetation as well as landscaping and erosion in these areas as well. As I said, the reason that this road was elevated was to prevent the water coming around, which generated high velocities in this area. Moving forward, we did a wave model using CMS Wave. We used the wind-generated waves with the greatest fetch distance coming from the north. This picture down here is the total grid size that we used for the numerical model. We blew winds coming from 3 different directions, coming from the north, coming to generate waves that would impact the property. This figure here shows the differences in wave heights during the 100-year storm case. Blue colors are a reduction in wave height, and red and yellows are an increase in wave height. This increase here is due to the grading in this area being slightly higher than the slope being slightly increased in this area, which causes the small waves that do exist in this location to shoal and break. This increase in wave height is very small, less than 5 inches in all places and less than 3 in most. And also the wave model in this particular area does not take into account vegetation. So the vegetation that does exist in this area would reduce these wave heights as well. The total elevation of wave heights in these area is under 1 foot for existing and proposed cases. So very small waves would be impacting this area coming from this property and refracting around here to impact this area. Just as our conclusions are that there are no adverse impacts from flooding, current velocities, or waves. The higher ground elevations help to prevent the flooding and increase resiliency to the infrastructure in the area without impacting any other area with increased water levels. The areas of wave height increase are small and will not cause increased erosion, especially that is in that area that is not incorporated in the model. The water depth in this area is less than 2 feet, which will keep the waves small. As I said, wave heights being less than 1 foot, 11 inches at the max. And then the proposed landscaping will also help to dissipate the wave energy in that location as well. Do you guys have any questions for me?
All right, thank you, Mr. Shaw. Commission members, do you have questions on the presentation? Okay, hearing none. Let me pause at this point and ask, I know that Ms. Salinaro's on the line and she has Sean Riley with her. Are we at the point where the concerns that you have expressed, are they being addressed at this point, or do you want to wait and weigh in after they've gone through their proposal for development?
I think it would be appropriate. This is Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering, representing Lot 53 Widow Road. I think this would be an appropriate time. I just have a couple of questions, and I applaud. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
I applaud your efforts at coastal resiliency. Sea level rise is real, and we're using the same sort of efforts all around Cape Cod to do these proactive measures for coastal resiliency. Is it your intent to file a letter of map revision fill at the conclusion of this project?
Yes, that is the current plan.
Okay, so the flood zone boundary would shift based on your view, your model there. You would anticipate that the new flood zone boundary would be represented by the left photo or the left image?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just pulled this up. This is a part of something else that I prepared for the client, but it's the proposed zone conditions versus what it currently is existing. You can see the current flood zone goes all the way around the property. The change to the flood zone would cause, you can't really see my mouse.
Yeah, we can.
It was just a crosshatch. But the changes would cause the AE zone to end at the top of the berm and then wrap around the high elevation that already exists here and follow along with the new proposed contours.
Great. So that's the only questions I have right now with respect to the flood zones. We do have some other questions, but we'll reserve those for later in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, can I just interject one thing? I want to make sure the commission understands that even though we are proposing to fill and remove the property from the floodplain and file a LOMRF, the dwelling is being designed to meet that current floodplain elevation. So with the first floor, above the base flood elevation, and so it's being designed to meet the state building code for building within a floodplain.
Right. Oh,
okay.
But it meets that by virtue of being raised up by the fill.
No, Madam Chair, no.
Okay, that's what I don't know.
Okay. The house is, what they're doing, they're raising the grade around the house, but the house is elevated so that if you took all the fill away, it would be on a FEMA compliant foundation and meet the building code elevation requirements.
Okay. I'm getting there with this.
Well, it's a different kind of application than you're used to seeing. That's for sure.
That's putting it mildly. Okay. I have a question before we move on? Maybe this gets to the, you know what? I'm going to hold off because it has to do with the development. So let's.
Oh, no, go ahead. We're about to get into the development anyway. So why don't you just ask the question?
The question was looking at the illustrations that Mr. Shaw was showing about the pre and post change. Is the guest cottage will be moved to a spot that is still within floodplain?
That's
yes,
a question for Alec.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's move on then. Next part of the presentation. Do you want to go through the more detail about
Sure.
What's being proposed here? Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
So the existing dwelling is and including the barns and sheds cover about 3,600 square feet, a little more than 3,600 square feet. The idea is to save the core of the historic structure and move it to the south side of the property and right next to the the new Title V system, and have that as an accessory structure to the main dwelling. Then the new dwelling is, I'm sorry, the 63, a little over 6,300, almost 6,400 square feet. Associated with the new structure is a patio and swimming pool on the north side, and an expanded driveway on the south side. As I said before, part of the project is to get a driveway that we can turn a piece of fire equipment around in and get it back up the street. The road, if you've been down to the site, the road is a cart path basically, and I think the neighborhood would like to keep it that way. But again, there's really no way to turn emergency vehicles around. All the driveway will be pervious material, although we don't show it on the plan. As you stated in some previous applications, either there'll be gutters and downspouts to dry wells or a drip edge French drain type of structure all the way around the building. Again, we defer to the commission as to which one they would rather have there. So the net increase on the site is almost 9,700 square feet. Again, that is all within the floodplain. There are some portions of the project that are within the 100-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank, as well as the buffer zone to the salt marsh to the east. That's in a nutshell. There actually is a new Title V system being proposed. It does not require treatment because this lot is so big. We meet the Board of Health's requirement of 1 bedroom per 10,000 square feet. And it's a bounded system, or it's contained in a concrete box. So we have the requisite separation of groundwater. There's really no place to put this on the property other than at the top of the coastal bank and not require filling for the septic system because of the separation requirement to groundwater. This project is also located in the ACEC, being the old 10-foot contour under the old datum. So the entire property is within the Pleasant Bay ACEC. We did look at the performance standards the ACEC management plan, and it really doesn't talk about, it talks extensively about wetland resources within the ACEC, but does not call out the floodplain or managing floods on properties such as this. So we feel we're in compliance with the management plan for the ACEC. As far as the performance standards, the Woods Hole Group talked about the performance standards for the floodplain. As far as the performance standards from a coastal bank, this project's on the reverse slope up towards a coastal bank, so everything's downhill from the crest of those two bluffs on the Bassing Harbor side. So everything is downslope. We feel that no aspects of this project can have any impacts on the coastal bank or the coastal bank's ability to either via buffers to storm damage or storm surges or a source of sediment. This is a very active system out here. There are small little barrier beaches to the west and to the east, and these bluffs certainly provide sediment for those, and this project will have no impact on that. The salt marsh to the east of us, like I said before, there is a natural or a man-made berm along the easterly property line that acts as a buffer. Again, we have the neighbor's driveway in between the activity. So when the project's done, we don't feel that there'll be any impacts. The grades, although we're adding a couple of feet of fill on this side, the grades aren't such as that we're creating a large slope that would direct runoff in that direction. I can also provide a detail how, because again, this is on 2-foot contours, I can provide a detail on how we blend with existing grades on that side of the property if runoff is a concern of the commission. And the last resource area was the secondary dune. Again, we're approximating the limits of the dune as the toe of those. I think they're sand roll array. There's been mitigation plantings on the north side of that, so it's difficult to determine where the natural occurring windblown sand is versus the man-made berm. But again, that's on a reverse slope. Primarily from the existing site, it's a reverse slope, obviously, and the grade change from the patios to the top of that berm is from 11.2 down to 10, so it's almost flat. So it really, I don't see any chance of runoff from the project getting to the toe of the secondary dune. And as stated before, the foundation will be FEMA compliant in discussions with Jay Briggs on a very similar project on the Bridge Street project that he cannot issue a building permit for a structure in the floodplain that's not FEMA compliant and until such time as the map change occurs. The foundation will be FEMA compliant. There will be no basement under the structure, even when when and if the map change occurs with FEMA, taking the structure out of the floodplain. Given the elevations and sea level rise and where groundwater is, there's really no chance to have a basement here, even if we could. It's just not practical. So again, the foundation will be FEMA compliant, and that's it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Riley again.
Yes, Mr. Riley.
Just to, I know lots of times you hear concern about diversion of floodwaters from one property to the other as a reason why not to make changes in areas like this. And I'd like either Alex or Leslie to address that, because I don't think when you're dealing with a storm surge in an AE zone, you're really not talking about diversion of floodwater. So if Alex or Leslie would address that, just in case anybody's got any questions about it.
This is Alex speaking. Specifically with the modeling that we did for the water level inundation for the 100-year event, under the proposed conditions, there was no adverse impact to the water levels to any of the adjacent properties. All that occurred was that the water level on the property in question, 68 Shell Drive, was dissipated. This is due to it doesn't serve as a gateway to flooding. So the water that's getting displaced from there isn't increasing the hazard to anywhere else.
Well, perhaps, Alex, if you could explain how a storm surge works and why a change like this is not going to change the elevation of the storm surge.
Sure. Give me a second. I'll share my screen again.
Right.
While he's doing that, I'm just going to add that so with the proposed project, what we saw with the model was that not only was there not, a change in flood extent on the neighboring properties, but the elevations of that 100-year storm were not increased on adjacent property. So it's not only its extent and elevation.
Correct. Yes, it's both. So the way storm surge works for this general location and all locations really is this area has a full connection to the ocean. So this water level out here will raise to whatever the 100-year storm's water level is, which in this case I think is 10.1 feet. That elevation will then push inwards as far as it's capable. Obviously, going around higher elevations areas such as this area here and this area here. Currently, there is a small area between here and here that would allow some water to enter, which does allow some flooding in this general vicinity. But most of the water that's coming is actually coming from the adjacent property and coming over this 8-foot berm here. So when the water comes in, it comes in around here and then floods this area. But this area is still only getting to 10.1 feet and filling this area. So under the proposed conditions, this area here is blocked off, so you can't have water coming directly from the front. And the water coming from the eastern property still comes over that 8-foot berm here, but is stopped at the higher elevations of the road and surrounding the property itself. The water elevation here does not increase because the water level of the ocean and the bay here isn't capable of getting higher than 10.1. So the 10.1 comes in, floods through this area, but doesn't affect this. And this whole area stays at the elevation that it was previously.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
No problem.
Is there actually just a follow-up? Is there a way, Alex, of differentiating the volume of water that's coming straight from the north across that berm at the north side versus the water that's coming from the adjacent property to the east? How do you determine, or are those just different ways that lead to the same conclusion?
Yes, those are just two different pathways that lead to the same location. Specifically, this area here is a lot smaller than this area. So this is providing the majority of the flooding coming to this location. But if this was blocked off, it would still flood this area. It would just take longer. The other thing that does happen under current conditions is after this water recedes, after the storm condition ends, this 8-foot berm here and the 10-foot berm here would trap all of this water here.
Right.
So it would basically be a big lake for a long time.
Yeah.
Because it has no point of egress.
Yep, it's a big bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Just while we're talking about that, I noticed that on the performance standards analysis about land subject to coastal storm flowage, it doesn't say anything about the impact on the land's ability to absorb floodwaters. And if we're talking about a 9,700 square foot of structure in the floodplain, how does that not significantly decrease the ability of the land to absorb it?
Madam Chair, Bill Riley.
Yep.
All right, so the whole point of my asking those questions for Alex Shaw is to try to point out that there's nothing that man can do that's going to change the height of a storm surge. So the concept of ability of the property to do that has no meaning in a situation like this. In other words, if we did nothing, it would go to 10.1. If we protected this property, it would go to 10-1. So the changes we're making on our property aren't affecting anybody else's property, with the possible exception of the property to the west. They would no longer have floodwaters running up against it. And so I don't know how else to explain it. I mean, we're talking about a storm surge, and I'd hoped Alex would say, well, storm surges are determined by many factors, none of which relate to the properties here. They're determined by the strength of the wind, the age of the storm, the speed of the storm, atmospheric pressure, and a lot of other things, and have nothing to do with what we want to do on this property. And so to the extent that this property can absorb floodwaters today, it would still be able to absorb them if they got up high enough. But what we're doing is we're protecting the property from being in a bowl and being surrounded by water for days or weeks after a storm event. We know sea level rise is occurring, and this is really just an appropriate way to protect this property and keep it as a usable property.
David Clark here.
Yeah.
I'd like to kind of equate this to a bathtub. You turn the water on a bathtub, and if it goes unchecked, it's going to fill to the overflow drain to that elevation, and the water's not going to get any higher than that. If you shut the water off and the water's going to stay at that elevation, you get in the bathtub, there's going to be a flood. But that's not what's happening here. I would equate it to the bathtub's empty, you fill it up to the overflow line, and that's as high it can get. Now you drain the tub, you get in the empty tub, turn the water on. It's still going to go to that same outlet in the elevation. So that's the scenario, is that regardless of what the property looks like now or after development, 99% of the time it's going to be the way it is. And then you have that 1% storm, the water's going to come in and flood to elevation 10, regardless of what the property looks like or development develops like.
Just to interject,
if that makes sense.
It's called the infinite basin scenario. Basically, the ocean is so large that the disruption of this amount of water does not cause a bulge in the water level anywhere else. It's like putting a penny in a bathtub or something to that effect. It doesn't. It's not enough volume to affect it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Let me pause here and see if there are questions at this point before we move into the proposal for the landscaping.
Mr. Riley, the other Mr. Riley has his hand up.
Oh, gosh, we don't, do you really? Okay. Oh, there it is. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
So actually, I did have a question about the impervious coverage within the area that would remain within the floodplain and how that would be addressed, because as he said, as Alex said before, before you had this area that the water came up over the road on the property to the east and inundated the property that way. Now it's only going to get to a certain point and stop, and then it's going to try to recede. And the impervious surfaces within that area would impact the pace at which it would infiltrate into the ground. So although they are raising the elevation of the rest of the property, and the size of the house would not impact the ability of the land to absorb the water, that portion that is still in the flood zone would. So I just wanted to clarify and make sure that was addressed.
I don't think that clarified much for me. Explain that again.
I think Alex understands.
Well, okay. That's more important than me, that's true.
So that area in there.
Yeah.
So that area in there is still going to receive flood waters. So anything that you put within that flood zone in that area that's impervious will impact the ability of the landform to absorb the water on that portion.
Such as the guest house that's going in.
The guest house, but I guess if the guest house had a gravel crawl space.
5 things delivered to me all at once. I'm trying to multitask here.
Hello?
Somebody should mute themselves.
Yeah, somebody should mute themselves. You got a hot mic there. I think I understand the question, Sean. So, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, this is Leslie. I don't know if David Clark has an estimate of what that new impervious area is. That's one thing to think about. The other is, and I may be misspeaking here, but isn't there already some impervious area there? Or is that a brand new guest house?
Brand new.
Well, the guest house, one of the goals of this project is to take the oldest house in Chatham, built sometime in the 1600s, and save it. And so they're saving it by moving it to the southern portion of the lot. And so there would be some impervious surface there. The existing septic system is also there, and it would be relocated into the concrete wall that Dave talked about. So the only thing I could think of to say is that given the height of the ground around these two structures, there's no significant change in the ability of the land to absorb flood water.
Yeah,
So
and I would
specific area. Sorry.
I was just going to say, to add to that, I mean, the slope from that proposed guest house is, I mean, the water's going to drain away from it down into the low spot where it will be able to be absorbed because it's going to be impervious down there. So I don't believe that it's going to have an impact on the ability of that part of the property that's still in the floodplain to absorb the waters.
So I agree with you, Leslie. Now that I see the topography, it's gonna funnel back out over the road and then end up in that low spot the way that that's graded. So I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so we good?
Yep. Yes.
Cool.
Take your hand down now, Sean.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was still written.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we move on to landscaping and mitigation?
I'm just wondering, do the commission members have no questions up to this point?
I don't know. So far not, but let's pause. Bob?
I don't know if I have questions as well. It was well explained, and at this stage of the game, I can sort of accept the notion that harm to neighboring properties is not going to be the result. And so that's fine. I have actually more questions about the part that's coming up next.
Okay. Just to check.
Yep. Bob Delvecchio, do you have anything up to this point?
I think there was a letter from the previous owner about a culvert underneath Shell Drive, and I was just wondering about that, whether that's needed and the thinking on that.
I haven't pulled up all the letters yet. I don't know which one.
I understand we're making an island,
basically.
We're raising the house and filling around the raised foundation on the house. That's what I presume was what's happening here. And there's not going to be any displacement of water that's going to affect neighbors, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about putting a culvert underneath the elevated driveway?
Yes, I think one of the letters mentioned that, addressed that.
Is an existing culvert? I missed it, so I don't know.
No, there's not an existing culvert from what I'm aware of, at least.
Yeah, David Clark here. I'm not aware of a culvert either.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
installing a culvert would be possible, but would just cause more flooding on the other side of the property, which seems bad.
Which is not a good thing. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Tom, do you have any questions at this point?
No, I don't. I've read everything very carefully for today, and so far the presentations by everybody and the questions they asked each other, I thought helped to explain the site quite well.
Okay. I have one question. Has anyone done an estimate of the area of where the fill will be deposited in terms of square footage?
David Clark here. I do have that number. Just give me a moment to find it. I want to say it's just under 2 acres. But I'm going to say about 70,000 square feet.
Okay. Does that trigger any further regulatory review or requirements on the part of the state or the Army Corps or anybody?
As far as the Wetlands Protection Act, as you know, there's no performance standards for the floodplain, so we're good there. We will go through the process of the LOMA based on fill, and at that time, I would imagine there'll be other comments from both FEMA and the state. Because this project is over an acre in site disturbance, we will have to file for a EPA construction stormwater permit. And at that time, it will go through, as well as the LOMA based on fill, will go through a endangered species review and historic review.
But I'm sorry, what is, when you say LOMA, that's
the letter of the map change, the FEMA
that's the map change.
Based on fill.
Okay, but there's no
LOMR stands for Letter of Map Revision.
Thank you. But there's no Clean Water Act Section 404 permit when you're at the 70,000 square foot of fill?
No, that's my understanding, and Leslie can correct me if I'm wrong, that the floodplain is not considered waters of the United States.
Okay.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, good. Okay.
There are strict.
I have a comment now.
Okay.
David won't be surprised to hear it. But anyway, I disagree emphatically with his statement that there are no performance standards for land subject to coastal storms flowage. If you look at the 2017 guidance on coastal zones from the state, conservation commissions are instructed to assume that such lands have both erosion prevention and storm damage prevention characteristics and benefits.
Right, but that's not incorporated into the Wetlands Protection Act. What I stated was that the Wetlands Protection Act has no performance standards for the floodplain.
Okay.
Unless you believe that the guidance from the state is relevant, which I do.
Oh, the guidance is relevant, but it's not a performance standard that we're required to meet.
The language used in the guidance talks about assuming that it is a performance standard in all cases.
Oh, okay. That's directed to commissions, yeah.
For a lawyer to talk about assuming something, Tom, I'm a little disappointed.
Okay. We've been around about this. We know that the state, it's going to be moved when the state finally releases its revisions and encompasses floodplains into the wetlands protection regulations, hopefully. So let's move on to the proposed planting plan.
Thank you, Janet. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design. I believe I fixed my share issue.
There you go. Good work.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I have permissions.
You're sharing, you're just in.
Oh, I am.
Yep.
Okay,
Just
fantastic.
slide upward if you want, well, it depends on where you want to start, but you're sharing.
Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to just start very quickly, and I know we're very short on time with the hour that you allotted us. So I just really want to talk about the existing conditions very quickly and then jump into what we're proposing. So you know most of this has already been discussed. We're looking at a 2.76 acre lot, of which of the majority of the lot is in a wooded condition, so greater than an acre with existing mature canopy of oak, pitch pine, spruce, eastern red cedar. That's mainly located to both the east and the west sides of the lot. The western side of the lot, the most heavily canopied, contains the least amount of invasive vegetation. The area surrounding the developed areas of the lot, and I'm going to call developed areas that consist of lawn as well as structures, is significantly disturbed and contains a majority of the vegetation is comprised of invasive species, including bittersweet border privet, honeysuckle, autumn olive, porcelain berry, Japanese knotweed, barberry, multiflora rose, English ivy, honeysuckle, Scotch broom, and burning bush, along with a significant amount of greenbrier. So the areas on our site plan that we're showing in green and in yellow are heavily invaded areas that are directly surrounding the disturbed areas of the lot. So with that, we're proposing to manage approximately just under 35,000 square feet of invasive vegetation and current lawn area, and restore that with native vegetation and including grassland, meadow, as well as shrub and canopy trees, as you can see throughout the area. So that's what's happening in form of mitigation. As far as the landscape plan, we've actually worked through several iterations of this plan to really simplify and reduce the amount of structure or hardscaping. So for instance, we are proposing obviously a small patio around the swimming pool, and there's a small dining patio off of the screened porch. The rest of the outdoor living space will be contained of a lawn terrace with a small fire pit, and then stepping stones, so pervious stones kind of leading through lawn areas, connecting any indoor living spaces with the small areas of hardscape in the outdoor living spaces. So the goal here was really to reduce the amount of hardscape to the extent possible, while still providing appropriate outdoor living spaces directly around the structure. As was pointed out, the proposed driveway will be pervious material. The easement walkway has been shifted slightly to run on the outside to provide some screening for both those using the easement path as well as for the G. Cloney family, so that there'll be some nice screening located between the easement path and the vegetated areas that are being restored around the edges of the property. The structure, the guest house, which is the historic structure that's being moved to the southern portion of the property, will be served by a simple pervious driveway that's going to be located in an area where it's currently infested with Japanese knotweed. We will require some trees to be removed in order to relocate the dwelling. And then there'll just be a very small dry laid patio off the rear of the dwelling just to provide a little outdoor living space around that dwelling. There is a bocce court proposed and the pool equipment to be screened behind the bocce court area. And again, all of that area will be naturally vegetated to screen and help, as Alex pointed out, absorb some of that flood water in that area. So with that quick, I can get into much more detail, but I know we're limited on time, so happy to answer any questions with what I've proposed so far.
Okay, thank you. That was perfect, quick and to the point. I know that there's 21 trees slated for removal. I did see a reference to primarily for the relocation of the historic structure. But as I walked around the site, it seemed to me that trees were flagged throughout the perimeter of the vegetative growth around the house. So is it possible for you to indicate on the plan where the 20 trees are that are coming out?
Yes, they are, and it's probably difficult to see because there's so much going on in this site plan and so many layers. They are shown with a red X on the
No, I
plan.
don't have a colored plan. I only have a black and white for some reason.
Oh,
so.
okay. My apologies. I will
No,
make.
no, it's just we've been struggling with our PDFs and our documents this week. It's okay.
So the trees that are being removed are basically directly surrounding the area of the proposed relocated historic structure. So you can see in the southern portion of the property, and then there are several trees in this area that are being proposed for removal, again, to relocate that historic structure. And then some of them are just in poor shape, in poor condition, and are in decline. And trees are being replanted in those areas once that structure is moved.
And are they, I haven't looked at it closely enough yet. I'm about to try to do that. Are they being replanted at a 1-to-1?
So we're proposing 7 trees to replace the trees that are being removed. We are not proposing to replant any trees at this time directly around the historic structure that's being relocated. That's where the majority of the trees are being removed. There are some trees that are being removed in the footprint of the actual structure that's being constructed itself. So you can see those here. There's one tree here. There's 2 trees in this master bedroom, and then 2 trees that are just very close and in poor decline, pitch pines that are close to the proposed dwelling. And there are trees being relocated throughout. And we're proposing to keep any of the existing trees that we can keep, cedar, crab apples, etc. You can see there are a number of trees shown on the plan within the restoration area that will remain, as well as the significant amount of canopy, particularly to the west, in what's to remain a relatively undisturbed area. The vegetation, both ground cover and canopy vegetation within this area is pretty healthy. There's sporadic instances of some shrub layer, invasive shrub layer that will be hand removed and will be allowed to naturalize. And I think if I go back to the photos of the site, you can see the native trees, the canopy, the overstory is healthy native. It's really the understory that's mainly invaded, and the canopy will remain intact.
Okay, great. At this point, let me stop here again. Bob, Rawls, do you have questions for Teresa?
Yes. Oh, what was that?
The trains.
Train's coming in. Trains are leaving the station. So there is a coastal bank, right? And there is a 0 to 100 buffer to the coastal bank. And it's not shown on your landscaping plan that I can see.
That's correct. The landscaping plan needs to be updated. We received that information after we had already submitted the landscaping plan, so that does need to be updated. And those 100, the 50 and 100 foot buffers in the coastal bank needs to be located on this landscaping plan. That is absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's my fault. In the day I was preparing the application, I polished up the existing conditions plan, and Teresa didn't get that till after it was filed.
Okay, well that'll be useful to have for further questions. Then, I mean, just while we're talking about that, though, I guess I probably should have mentioned this or asked this question earlier, but the pool and the bocce ball are in that resource. They're in the ARA. There appears to be in there, and I was just wondering why that would be the case.
Well, that's yes, and again, that's something we have to look at. At the time when this was designed, we didn't have those buffer zones, so that is something that we need to address at our next hearing.
Yeah, and again, I take responsibility for that. Teresa did not have the 50 and 100 from the coastal bank when she developed the landscape plan with the applicant.
Okay.
And I'd also point out, Bill Riley, that the bocce court is pervious material.
True. However, it does seem to be in the resource area.
Okay. It's within the buffer zone, absolutely.
The buffer zone, yeah. And similarly with regard to the pool, it would seem on the face of it that if it were moved back, and it would seem that there's room for that, it would also escape the buffer area. So I just want to make sure that that's said out loud.
Yes, thank you. And it is true. So the placement, the location of the pool, just as a general overview, is placed so that it's obviously the property owners would like the pool to be on the water side of the house, but pushed because it's on the north side, just far enough away that the pool area is not being shadowed by the house. So we'll tweak that and work with that prior to our next hearing.
And, I have my normal questions, which I think Janet already alluded to, which is that I think your plan said 21 trees coming out, 7 added. So obviously we'd like to see a better ratio wherever possible. Even though there are 411 shrubs added, that's good. Nothing replaces the value of a tree, the ecological value of a tree.
Agreed. And gratefully, the western portion and just over an acre of this property remains in canopied, pristine native states, which is helpful. The area that's surrounding, like I said, the area that we're calling the developed area, which is currently now lawn and structure, is where some of these trees will be removed. Correct.
All right. But if there's a way to add some,
certainly,
just by looking at the plan, areas jump out at me as perhaps there's a place a tree could go and so forth. So just take a look.
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind. And I think that's essentially, those are my concerns at this point in time.
Okay. Thank you. Bob Del Vecchio?
Teresa, the foundation plants, are there going to be any?
That is we're still working on generally we just call those areas out as typical landscaping. We are, continuing to work with the property owners as well as with the architect regarding, the foundation plantings and how they relate to the structure, the driveway, et cetera. So we did not call those out specifically as part of this plan. There's so much else going on here that, but we can certainly work on that and get that to you.
And also the lawn areas. What were you thinking as far as the lawn areas?
So generally, the lawn areas would consist of a fescue lawn mix, and that's what we propose in all lawn areas, whether they're in jurisdiction or outside of jurisdiction.
Okay. What about irrigation?
So again, temporary irrigation to support the newly installed native vegetation within jurisdictional areas. As always, we propose drip irrigation within buffer zones, obviously within the 0 to 50-foot buffer zone. We understand that no permanent irrigation is allowed. Other than that, we haven't gone through any other discussions yet regarding foundation plantings and what might be needed to support those. Our goal is always. Hey, Alex, want to say something funny? Sorry, our goal is always to plant in such a way that we're minimizing the amount of inputs required to support the landscape.
Okay, and there was just one other thing. I think it's a balsam fir to the south of the driveway, and between the driveway and the new location for the relocated house. Did you see that?
I will have to take another look on the plan here.
No, well, it's on site. I mean,
okay.
But I mean, it's probably about, I don't know, maybe 30 feet high or so.
Okay.
And I was wondering if that could be transplanted. I know it would have to be moved because of the relocation.
Yeah.
But if it were transplanted, I think it's a fairly healthy tree.
Okay.
You might want to take a look at that.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. Absolutely.
And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom?
No, I leave the landscaping issues to you and Bob.
Okay. Yeah, those guys, they have that covered. Okay. I'm going to hold on the comment letters, particularly the ones that address the move of the cottage. We can do that next time. I don't think they're relevant at the moment. We have a lengthy to-do list coming out of this. First and foremost on it, the commission has to have a conversation about whether we want to retain an independent engineering analysis to review the Woods Hole report. Don't take that personally, Leslie and Alex, but just because this is something that is outside of our, obviously outside of our area of experience. It's significant change, and it's a lot of topographic change. And we want to be completely satisfied that we have thoroughly analyzed the issue in terms of the impacts. So I think it's likely that we are going to ask somebody to take a look at that. And we have the other items I just jotted down here, and they're all mostly in Teresa's court, updating the landscape plan, locating the buffer zone lines, consider moving and/or shrinking the pool and patio out of the buffer zone, add more trees to get closer to, or please get to, the 1-to-1 replacement ratio, add something about whatever the foundation plants are going to be, and note that our usual restriction on fescue grass and no permanent irrigation. And I would also add, because we haven't gotten to it today, but we will get into it in more detail next time. I would urge you to revisit the alternatives analysis that's been presented in conjunction with getting the variance. It seems to me, reading it, that it does a lot of explaining of why this project is being proposed, and doesn't actually consider a range of alternatives. There's a universe of alternatives between leaving it as it is and building a 9,000 or 7,000 square foot footprint house and pool and terrace there. In terms of working hard to reduce the impact on the resource areas. So I would like to see a little bit more analysis put in there between the two extremes that are presented. And with that, we're kind of out of time. We went over a little bit, but we still have more on our agenda to do. So I would suggest, as a continuance date, that we look at February 10th.
That's acceptable, Madam Chair.
Okie doke. I think that works for us. We then have a motion to continue 68 Shell Drive to February the 10th.
Bob Rawls, move to continue to February 10th.
Second.
All right, roll call vote to continue to February 10th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We will pick this back up on February 10th. Everybody get your materials in by, whatever, the week before, which would be February
3rd.
February 3rd. Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. Okay. And thank you all. That was a lot of material gone through in just about as efficient a matter as possible. Oh, before okay, well, I wanted to make sure that I've addressed the concerns that Mrs. Salinaro raised. And Sean, will you guys come back at the next one?
Yes.
Yes, we'll be back. We'll be back. Yes.
Okay, thank you, because I'm not 100% sure that you got all your concerns addressed. So please come back, and we will pick it back up there. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Bill Riley.
Yes, Bill.
Just wanted to let you know that we're going to be requesting a continuance for 47 and 53 Little Beach.
Where's my camera? Yay! Thank you. I've been looking at my agenda saying they better not be they really hope they're not hoping that we're going to go forward today when we get to that part of the agenda. All right, good. That's good news. All right, Paul, we're ready to move on.
Just a question on Attorney Riley's, we're going to read these off. They're advertised for today. So do you have a date in mind that we can continue to a date certain? Because otherwise we
Okay, I'll keep going. I'll get a date and
by the time we get
be
to
ready when we get to
date. Okay.
All right, sounds fine. Okay. All right, moving on. The next two are continuances. 255 Sea Pine Road, Kristen Bratberg, SE10 3453. Applicants requested a continuance to January 27th, 2021.
Okay, motion to approve the continuance?
Yikes, yes, so moved.
Okay. There's,
Second.
thank you. Roll call vote to approve the continuance to 255 Sea Pine to January 27th. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's continued.
And I'm sure you're happy. This one's continued. 155 and 157 Bridge Street, Eastwood Companies. The applicant is Mitchell River Nominee Trust. The SE number is 103452. The request, well, I don't know if it's request, it's being continued to January 27th, 2021.
That was actually our mistake. I believe that at the last time we heard it, we did continue it to the 27th, and we ended up putting it on the agenda anyway. So just to clarify the record, this is being heard on the 27th. Is there a motion to continue that?
Yes, move to continue to January 27th.
Second.
Roll call vote to continue 155, 157 Bridge Street to the 27th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye. I
vote aye. That's continued.
Next item on the agenda is 110 Seychelles Drive, Kevin and Patricia Barry, SE10 3444, proposed beach nourishment at 110 Seychelles Drive, assesses map 1A, parcel S1.
I think we're going to hear, we've heard these three applications together, so why don't we read all three?
Madam Chair.
1094 and 60 Seamist is all.
Will do. 94 Seychelles Drive, Ches Schwartz, LLC, SE10 3443. This is a continuance from a previous hearing for proposed beach nourishment at 94 Seychelles Drive, assesses map 1A, parcel S2. And being heard with this is 60 Seamus Lane, Thomas and Robin Flaherty, SE10 3445, continuance of a previous hearing for proposed beach nourishment at 60 Seamus Lane, assesses map 1A, parcel 84. Revised plans have been received.
Okay, thank you. Teresa, you are still sharing your screen, and I think Bob Perry's going to need to share his.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is our good afternoon.
Sorry. I called you Bob. Oh my goodness, he's
That's
next.
all right.
He's up next.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's Charlie Agro here from Coastal Engineering Company. So I think during the last hearing, we went over these in pretty good amount of detail. The list that I have for recommended changes were to for all three plans were to add the dune and bank delineations, to add the existing fiber rolls into the where they located in the coastal bank, add borders for areas being planted, add gaps and breaks in the sections of the proposed timber drift fence at the Barry property. And I think we were able to address all of those in the plans that were revised and submitted to the commission. So at this point, if there's any questions on those revised plans, I'd be happy to go over them.
Okay, while we do that, do you have access? Can you put it up on the screen so that we can
Sure.
Look at it?
Give me 1 second to bring the plan up.
Okay.
Barry stamp plan. So I'm going to share the plan for 110 Seychelles.
Yeah, they're all the
I
same.
think that covers everything.
Yeah.
Okay, can you guys all see the plan?
Yep, there it is.
Okay,
so perfect, Charlie. Thank you. The one thing that struck us immediately is that the fence seems to be removed. Is that being withdrawn from the proposal?
No, the fence is as shown here for the Barry property. The fence is still shown.
Oh, there it is. Oh, I guess it was just the profile and the detail that was on the.
Yeah, so in section B, you can still see the proposed timber sand drift fence.
Okay.
And then the detail.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I had it enlarged so I could actually read it. So I had to move around on the screen. Okay, so you added the dune, you added the fiber rolls, you added the area for planting the beach grass. Can you explain why, and this may not be a change, but I didn't notice it until this time, why the limit of work goes all the way out to the end of the groins?
Because that's the limit of beach nourishment.
It goes out that far?
Yes, it does, which is the exact same footprint that it was previously renourished back in 2015 and
Okay.
previously permitted.
Okay, yeah. I guess I hadn't realized it went all that far out.
Yeah, last time at the last hearing, I was able to share Google Earth.
Yeah, right.
And we went through and we could kind of see the history of where the beach was previously nourished.
Yeah. Okay. Was there a note was on the last time that was there an Endangered Species Act review done for the plover habitat?
Yes, there was, and I believe they submitted a letter. They submitted a few different letters since there were some plan changes. And originally, we submitted one plan for all three properties, and then we submitted a revised plan for just the Berry property to include the drift fence. And then with the revised plans that were requested at the last hearing, we ended up dividing it into three separate plans for each property owner. And I believe that that the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program submitted comment letters on the plans.
Okay. I'm going to I'll look for that while I pass on any questions on this revision to other commission members. Bob Rawls?
Yeah, I may be missing this particular plan, but in any case, Charlie, could you scroll to the bottom right?
Sure.
And show, is there an address on this plan?
An address?
Yeah.
Or yeah, so 110 Seashells.
Oh, there it is right there. Okay, because the thing I'm looking at doesn't have anything. Okay, I don't have any questions. I just, I think I have a digital file management problem here. Anyway, no questions.
Okay. Bob Delvecchio?
Did I just ask a question to Charlie? Did Ted weigh in on this as well?
I believe he did, yes. And I think we brought that letter up on the previous hearing.
Okay.
Anything else, Bob?
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Tom, questions, comments?
I had the same question that you did about the comments from the marine fisheries, which seem fairly standard stuff that we see in other situations. The one thing that everybody talks about the piping plovers, but apparently they also included some terns, but they didn't in the comment letter from Fisheries and Wildlife, but they didn't specify the species or subspecies of terns that were also to be protected. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, I haven't seen the letter and I'm looking for it. I don't have access to it.
October 29th is the one I have for 110 Seashells.
Okay. Is there a subsequent letter after that, Charlie? Is that the?
Oh, I'm looking in my email now.
Yeah, me too. We're all. I thought there was a question at the last hearing and there would be a.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, there was a letter that I received on December 23rd, which I think it was sent to Callie and as well as Mary, but I can forward that to you directly if that helps.
That would help.
This is
and
Paul.
I'll send it out to everybody in the commission.
Just to interrupt, it's Paul. Most likely it's lease terns.
Yeah.
In the original NHESP letter, I think their concerns were the time of year restrictions, which we would abide by, no work after April 1st, and no work before September 1st. And then I think they also made a mention about the gaps in the timber fencing, which we addressed, as well as the coverage, which we addressed as well.
Okay, so, not having said, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we, as our normal practice, will incorporate all their recommendations into the order of conditions. Okay, there it all is.
And that sounds good to me. I have no issues with their letter here. It was fairly similar to all of the other letters we received from them for drift fences.
Okay. We'll also include fences there, the usual report on, so there'll be pre-construction surveys of the beach before each nourishment to determine the volume that's needed. Is that the way you're proposing to go with this?
No, that's correct. And I think that was an ongoing condition from that that original order of conditions for this work.
Okay. Yeah.
And again, just as kind of a refresher, the original order of conditions for this beach nourishment project, the ongoing condition, there is an ongoing condition for continued beach nourishment.
Yeah.
So technically it is still permitted, this work below mean high water. The reason for the new application is to reapply for a Chapter 91 and water quality fill permit, as well as an Army Corps permit for the work below mean high water, which has since expired.
Yep. Okay. All right, then. With that, I think we're ready to go and schedule this for the work session on February 3rd to issue and review and approve an order of conditions. Is there a motion?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 3rd for OOCs.
Second.
Roll call vote to continue 110 Seashells, 94 Seashells, and 60 Sea Mist Lane to the work session on February the 3rd. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye. We will see you on February the 3rd, Charlie. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, moving on, if everybody's ready, next is 159 Seapine Road, Michael and Elizabeth Baldwin, SE 10-3459, continuance of hearing from an NOI for the proposed reconstruction and maintenance of an existing stone revetment at 159 Seapine Road, Assessors Map 11K, Parcel 11C13. Revised plans have been received.
Hey,
thank you, Paul. Thank you, Commission members, Bob, Terry, Cape Cod Engineering, coming up to bat here. It's a long game. I wanted to summarize that we were with you a couple of weeks ago, and I know the applicants very much appreciate your willingness to get them in for January 27th. The items that we wanted to provide to you were, most importantly, an assessment of the alteration of vegetation, more specifically than the plan had originally shown, and also a restoration plan to show how the coastal bank area would be stabilized above the revetment. So you received from me about a week ago 2 plans, one being an assessment that showed the location of the meaningful vegetation outcroppings along that coastal bank that were 2 kind of very decrepit but old beach plums that were near the western end of the 159. And as we went to the east, we encountered some Scotch broom. Then we encountered a dead black cherry and a scrub oak next to it. And moving along, it really is a collection of Rugosa rose, porcelain berry, bittersweet, and up in the upland there's a dotting in of a whole collection of vegetation. And this project was not intending to eradicate all of the invasives, but I can say that some pulling of those vines and removal of those vines will be part of this. There was concern for any sort of tree removal in the access, and we provided an indication that there is no tree removal in the access. And turning to the restoration plan, there's I think, a meaningful effort to take what is admittedly a grove of English ivy, which will be, I think, scarified and eradicated by the access, and put northern bayberry shrub groupings in there. And then wherever these alterations of the woody vegetation occur on the top of the bank would be a collection of shrub groups of bayberry and beach plum. There is a grove of bayberry that runs for about 35 feet in front of number 159 that's indicated. I've gone over it with the contractor. That shrub grouping, which is significant, a nice crop of bayberry, won't be touched. And so part of the plan here is to preserve certain areas that are existing. So we've given you a limit of disturbance. It's really from the top of the bank out. That's what's going on. There will be no disturbance of any significance in the upland. The other interest was in stairways. And so there is we realize that both stairways are slightly different. The stairway over at 187, just a little bit taller by about 1.5 feet, but one framing detail with the general specifications for how the stair would be framed and attached to the rock, in my opinion, was sufficient, and that is now on the plan. Mm-hmm. Typically, when you finish a project like this and you fit a stairway to the bank, it's a carpentry scribing method mostly to take the conditions that you're left with and fit the stairway to the revetment. But there's quite a bit of detail there so that you can see how these stairs will be built as an open frame with a specification for the riser and the tread. Also, the grouted bolts that will clip these stringers to the stone is, I think, important to show how that works. The next thing to touch on is beach nourishment. I did not write you an outline. I felt it was better that I just explain, since the topic came up, that in our application, we did check the box on the notice of intent for beach nourishment. We indicated 25 cubic yards per property that would be part of this job. I want to bring you to the west of this property and make reference to SE 10 2929, which was for 129 and 149 Sea Pine, directly adjacent in 2014. A revetment was constructed on a barren bank, and there was quite a bit of study and a declaration for 65 cubic yards of beach nourishment per year for that open eroding bank. And that was qualified by concern for monitoring so that too much sand did not wind up on the beach. So that was 245 feet at 65 cubic yards. We're 275 feet at 50, but we haven't been, this site really hasn't contributed nourishment for quite some time in any great quantity. I will also bring your attention farther west to 25 Sea Pine for SE 10 2944. This was 2014. I was involved in it, and it was a much higher bank, went up to about elevation 18 to 20, and there was a 50 cubic yard per year requirement there, and that was 275 feet. Very consistent with ours, only the bank was twice as high. So the volume calculated was still 50 cubic yards. I did not want to confuse you with some write-up of a beach nourishment program. I wanted to explain this to you briefly at the meeting. And if you take our frontage and we were to assign what I think is an unrealistically high rate of 1/4 foot per year to this bank, these properties would in total donate 18 cubic yards per year to the system. My recommendation for nourishment is that you allow the 25 cubic yards to be placed over the revetment after it's completed, and that the two transects, A and B, that are on our plan can serve as baselines for examination of the behavior of that sediment. If it disappears, if the sediment disappears after a period of time, then another dose of sediment would be required, and we can discuss what that would be. I'm putting it this way because we've got salt marsh offshore here, and I believe that the sediment in some fair dose will assist with salt marsh development. And I think a modest amount of sediment is going to replicate what this bank might have given up during episodic storms. But as I've probably said in the past, my general thought about this is that if you had an unperturbed salt pond, and we do have unperturbed salt ponds on Cape Cod, you can go look at them here and there, the salt pond in Eastham, which is preserved by the Cape Cod National Seashore, for example. These salt ponds that are not subjected to shorefront activities like docks and beach use and bathing and beaching of boats, they're almost entirely stratified, where you come out of the intertidal zone, you have salt marsh, you come up higher, you have high marsh, and then grasses, and you don't get a lot of bank erosion. So the natural condition here is modest amount of sand. I think we should be monitoring it, and additional sand can be added. So we would suggest that we hold to our 25 cubic yards per site, and that we use a monitoring program in the order of conditions that can then be reviewed at certificate of compliance time, which is consistent with the two programs implemented in the two file numbers that I gave you, 2944 and 2929. So I just wanted to put that out in a general discussion.
Okay.
So I think I know we talked about the protocol, how this work would be done at the last meeting. I think we were all fairly satisfied that the contractor is going to be careful, pertain to the work limit, use the route that's currently a revetment to do the work in. And with that, I would be happy to take your questions. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Bob. You got right to the point. I don't have any reason to think that your suggested proposed figure of 25 cubic yards as a starting point seems appropriate. What I'm wondering is, given what you've seen on the orders of condition for the other two properties along Seapine, did they specify particular trigger events for triggering the renourishment? I mean, we have the transect identified, so what would the trigger be?
The trigger for the property directly adjacent, which again was a vacant site. It was a home with no seawall. It was when it is observed that half of the nourishment is gone, which was kind of general. And I think
that's kind of hard.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what you would say, I have it right here. I can refer to it again, but I think that the 50% line was to be determined by, let's see, I want to turn to page 11D. I don't mean to keep you. I know you're having a great long day here. 11D here, that the nourishment construction project, when 50% of the beach nourishment has been lost from the upper beach area, and I think the only way to do that is to make a judgment about it, having to do with its starting elevation, and then it's perhaps some elevation 6 or 8 months later. But I want you to understand that the conditions were a little different over there.
Yeah.
But we've been, this bank has been sequestered for 40 something years or more, and more than that. And we wanted to go a little high with the nourishment. But I think that my prediction is that the sand will remain in the area for quite some time. But I think we have to, I would tend to think that when you don't see any evidence of the sand that you put in, since it's a fairly minor amount, what you can do is you will come back to a condition where you're looking at the rubble that's on the beach today. It's a bit of a cobble beach and salt marsh.
Mhm.
And I think we have to be careful about it, but there's no objection to the nourishment, except that we don't really want to run around on the beach and put a bunch of nourishment in here. We might be getting by with, several cubic yards a year,
Yep.
or 10 or 15 cubic yards every 10 years that
Yeah.
would keep pace with what this land might have donated in its worst state.
Yeah.
So I think we just have to start somewhere, and since it has had no nourishment, we'll be giving it some nourishment.
Right. I totally agree. I'm just looking for something that is more specific and easy to determine than when half of it or some portion of it is lost. Either expressed in elevation drop, and if we've now identified the current elevation of the beach, we can agree upon an elevation that would trigger the renourishment, or I've also seen it done simply in a drop of beach elevation of whatever number of inches.
Well, Madam Chairman, I would 100% support a drop in the beach elevation.
Okay.
And then I think, there can be, there can be a standard, but I don't want to rope anybody into anything here. We could find that a beach grows in here for some reason, but I think why don't we go with a change in the grades of the beach that exists today, or some change in its character. One thing I've seen is that the salt marsh can expand, but I don't know that that's going to be. We've got pedestrians that come by and walk by, and there's enough room to walk by and stay off the salt marsh here. So we want to give the system some sand, and I think we need to look for further degradation of the land elevation. So I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. Is there a particular number that we should tie it to so that there's some certainty?
Well, yeah, we've got some data. I don't know. I'd have to go see. Do I have my plan out? Just one second. No, that's my supplemental. So I'll go check the computer model for that.
Okay.
I think what I should do, and I don't want to hold anything up, but providing the values that are the basis of the transects that are on this plan can be used in our monitoring program.
Right.
You don't have those because we didn't put numbers on them.
Right.
But I have that information. And
Okay.
I can provide.
Okay, that would work. And then if you can get that, we can use that as the baseline and figure out the right number to say that would be the trigger. Okay. That works.
Or Bob could just suggest a number once he's gone back and look at his.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah.
It varies.
We will arrive at the right number that everybody is satisfied with, and that will go in the order of conditions as the renourishment trigger. That's fine. Other questions from commission members?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Tom.
Is there any reason to expect that there might be a shellfish issue here? And have we sought the opinion of the shellfish folks about whether or not there's any threat to them?
Thank you for that question. I know that at the last meeting, I'm quite sure that there was a minor discussion that you might check in with Renee about the beach nourishment component of this. But I don't know what was done about that. I will say to you that we're not going to be affecting an area that would be of a shellfish habitat. We're landward of that. And yet the related activity certainly, has the potential. In my experience, a little bit of sand is good. I mean, that's a very general statement to make, but a little bit of sediment is beneficial to shellfish interests. The water quality issues here are such that we're lucky to be working with granular material. We don't have silt or clay in this area that we found. But all I can say is that with attention paid to the work limit and a conscientious contractor, we're not going to have any adverse impact on shellfish any more than any other project has had along here.
Madam Chair, we did receive a letter from Renee. She has no objection to the project.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Paul.
Great. Anything else? Any other questions?
And I have a comment and then some questions.
Yep.
First of all, as a housekeeping issue, I think administrative issue, we should have read 187 as well when we started talking about these.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, we did not. Oh, okay. It shows I wasn't paying attention.
Well,
Yeah.
That's just my lack of history with all this stuff. But I just looked at it while you were talking and said, yep, should have read those together.
No, that's okay. That's all right, Paul.
Okay.
Anyway, then I have a question on the planting plan. I see we have beach plum scheduled to go in at the top of the bank, and beach plum, gets to 6 to 8 feet at maturity. So I'm wondering whether it could be all bayberry, because what will happen, I think, is the homeowner will tend to prune that back, because for the view. So I'd recommend just having all bayberry up at the top and not have a beach plum at all.
I've no objection to that. I chose those because there were two there, but they were not doing well. And
yeah.
Mostly it's bayberry's prospering in that area right now.
Yeah. And also the ivy, the English ivy that's growing to the west. How is that going to be removed, Bob?
Well, it can be removed by a scarification and excavation, but I believe you'll never eradicate it without doing a formal program. And my suggestion was that the location of our access would affect it to remove it in the access way. I have not expanded the project to do anything about going away from that. I suppose it could come back. I understand how that can be a perpetual problem in this area.
Right. Yeah, it's so aggressive. I have the same opinion of that. So that's all I'm thinking about that. If you plant there, it's going to have to be removed first, eradicated totally before you plant there. Otherwise, the English ivy will just take over that area.
I agree, and you can see the bayberry we proposed there is in where the vehicle tracks and the machine's going to come in, so that will be eradicated there. Whether or not the property owner, and I've been speaking to them about undertaking some kind of program when they get around to it. I think it's in their best interest to pursue that, but it's not, unfortunately, part of this project.
Right. Okay. But that's the only other thing aside from the I think beach plum would be problematic because of the continual pruning for the view. So.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Then I think that Bob, with your analysis and recommendation on a beach elevation for a trigger coming in, we have time between now and February 3rd to get that and incorporate that into an order of conditions. So I would suggest.
Yes, I will send you 2 transect sheets. It's the way we would do it anyway. If we were to undertake a monitoring program, each property would have its own transect or transects, and it would become part of a report. So this would be a baseline transect.
Yeah, because each of these properties will get its own order of conditions, so.
That's correct.
We'll do that. All right,
Well,
so,
send it out here to-
sorry, what was that?
I said I will send that out to you in a day or so.
Okay, thank you. And with that, is there then a motion to continue this to the work session on February 3rd for an order of conditions?
Brawls moved to continue to February 3rd work session for OCs.
Second.
All right, roll call vote to continue to February 3rd. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We'll see you back here on February 3rd, Bob. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you all. Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Madam Chair, do you just want me to read this since?
Yeah.
And we'll just continue this to this February 3rd?
Yep.
Okay. Just of note, too, Bob and I have worked a lot on these triggers, so I'll be reaching out to him as well.
Good. I figured that. I thought that you're the right person for to work on that.
No, thank you. 187 Pine Road, William and Nancy. Hope I'm not doing this an injustice. Applicants, Nancy V. Tracial, owner SE10 3460. This is a continuance of an NOI for the proposed reconstruction and maintenance of an existing stone revetment at 187 Pine Road, assessors map 11K, parcel 11C14. We have received revised plans.
And continued that to the work session on February 3rd. Okay, continuing onward.
Do we need a motion?
No, I think we voted them together. You just hadn't
okay.
read 189 into the record, so that's now done.
All righty.
Okay, Paul, ready to go on.
Okay, Madam Chair. 203 Cross Street, Eric and Laura Nyman, SE10 3434, continuance of a NOI for the proposed construction of the swimming pool at 203 Cross Street, assessors map 14C, parcel G7.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Bill Riley on behalf of the Nymans.
Hello.
The last time we visited this property, which was
August
a long time
26th. August the 26th.
I made the comment that not all resource areas are created equal. This property is bordered by what used to be a drainage ditch. Teresa Sprague is with us today, and Dave Clark. And Teresa did a review of the plant colony in the ditch, and she's going to report on that. So I don't know if Dave can put up a plan or not. Somebody put up a plan. Or you, Teresa? No, Teresa's just got a report. So,
Madam Chair, can I make a comment here
Sorry?
that might render this issue irrelevant?
Sorry.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry. What would you? I missed the first part of what you said.
Oh, I wanted to make a comment on this property and on what Bill Riley just said.
Okay, go ahead.
The problem here is that the applicant has tried to poo-poo the ditch or whatever however they refer to call it, that defines the aura. The adjacent upland resource area is defined by bylaw 272-2 and by existing regulation 4.03 sub 2 sub A as land within 100 feet of a water course. A water course is a well-established aspect of Massachusetts law. For example, Part 2, Title 1, Chapter 183, Section 58 declares that any instrument passing title to real estate that abuts a water course shall be construed as including in the fee interest of the grantor the water course. So, and you'll find the water course in the draft zoning change that's pending before the city. The legal concept of a water course was definitely addressed in an 1889 Harvard Law Review article by Louis Brandeis, 27 years before his appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court. This definitive assessment is now reflected in dictionary definitions of the term watercourse. For example, Merriam-Webster says a watercourse is a natural or artificial channel through which water flows. Dictionary.com refers to it as a channel or canal made for the conveyance of water. What we have here is a watercourse. A watercourse does not require any sort of environmental benefits. It is simply a channel or a canal running through the area. As we know from the letter from the mosquito district, this actually is part of their mosquito abatement system. And I should note that this is not something that we should take lightly. There are almost 35,200 acres of potential mosquito breeding habitat in Cape Cod. And as a result of this absolutely terrible public health threat, as early as the 1930s, the mosquito folks installed 1,500 miles of channels, such as the one behind this property, throughout Cape Cod, because they noted that most of the mosquito habitat occurs in areas that are protected environmentally and therefore would not be subject to spraying. So the only alternative for control are these channels which drain water out of areas, and it's the movement of the water that actually interferes with the growth and reproduction of the mosquitoes, of which there are 18 different species in Cape Cod, some of which carry some really god-awful diseases, such as Eastern equine encephalopathy, West Nile virus, chikungunya. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them that are just really some of the worst mosquito-borne diseases as you can imagine. So the fact that this does or does not have any inherent plantings or plants or whatever around it is absolutely irrelevant, because the law is very clear. The edge of the aura is defined by a water course, and a water course is nothing more than a channel. And that's what we've got here. We've got a channel. And to call it anything else is unfortunately not accurate.
Everyone stop. You can call it a ditch, a water course, a stream. It doesn't really matter. It's a conveyance of water, and I don't think anybody is questioning that. What the analysis is coming from is the language in the Conservation Commission's regulations that say when you're considering a variance for activity in the no disturb zone, one of the places you start that is by looking at the extent to which the area to be protected contributes to the protected values of the act. And I believe that's what the letter was intended to address.
Well, that's not the way a water course is dealt with or defined in law.
Tom, we know you're going to vote no, so why don't you just let us do our presentation?
All right, let's do the presentation.
I've read your report. I know what you're going to say.
Fine, just so you know, vote and go home.
No, let's hear the presentation.
Thank you. Teresa Sprague, as a result of our last meeting many months ago, did an analysis of the vegetation located in the watercourse. And so she has a report, and I'd ask her to address it. Teresa?
Yes, thank you. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flex Design. And again, this is simply addressing the interests of the Wetlands Protection Act and the Chatham Wetlands Regulations, not discussing the definition of the water course. But just to note that I did go out there, and I went out there as much as I was really excited to not be doing any business in 2020. This did not actually take place in 2013, so I apologize for the typo. It says that I was out there on October 13th, 2013, which is not the case. I was out there on October 13th, 2020, and it describes the conditions The area of the proposed pool was staked at the time. To the south of the proposed pool, I noted the ditch running east-west, separating Cross Street from the abutting property directly to the south. As you've noted, the ditch appears to be a remnant of the abandoned drainage system for the cranberry bog that's located south of the property between Harding Lane and Shattuck Place. It's now completely separated from that wetland by other residential properties and a cul-de-sac. It did appear to me, it was clear at the time that the ditch was likely being managed by mosquito control to prevent standing water in the depression. From the area to be entirely filling in with sediment. Vegetation survey of the ditch revealed that the plant community is comprised entirely of non-native invasive vegetation, including border privet, honeysuckle, tree of heaven, bittersweet, multiflora rose, Japanese barberry, Japanese holly, porcelainberry, garlic, mustard, and there was one Kusa dogwood in the area. There was no native vegetation at all located within the ditch area. And I did want to note that while, again, considering the interests of the Wetlands Protection Act, mainly habitat value in this kind of area, that while invasive vegetation does provide some habitat value, mainly cover and forage habitat, it's low quality, does not provide for healthy ecosystem function. And of course, as you know, is a direct loss of biodiversity and habitat, has a significant impact on our native flora and fauna. With all that in mind, it did not appear that the proposed swimming pool would further disturb or degrade the ditch area. I didn't feel that the location of the pool would have any negative impact, definitely on the invasive plant community or the ditch's ability to convey stormwater or to be managed by mosquito control. And with that, I've included some photographs. I believe you have the report. So if there's any questions I can answer regarding that, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Teresa. Teresa, was there any wetland vegetation in the ditch?
None. So none of the invasive vegetation that was located within the ditch would be considered obligate or facultative or facultative wetland vegetation.
And then I don't know, excuse me, I don't know how far up you went, but cranberry bog that it used to drain, or there was actually a little bit of a pool up there, I think, on the old turkey farm. Is that now separated from this part of the ditch by hand forms that would prevent the drainage from going from the old turkey farm bog down into this area?
I believe that's the case. I believe it's entirely separated, and David Clark may be able to add to that.
All right, thank you very much.
I have a comment just for on what has been said. Just because the mosquito abatement folks note in their letter that this is not an abandoned ditch. This is part of their control program. That it was
I
last
didn't say the ditch was abandoned. I said the bog was.
Right. Okay.
Madam Chair, this is the agent. Can I just jump in for 1 second?
Yes, please.
I think they should finish their presentation, but the point that was raised about the water course, it is defined in our bylaw as a stream wholly or partially man-made. There's going to be some ambiguity here because we know the River Protection Act talks about a stream and there's, it can't be man-made. There's got to be water running for a certain part of the year. So this, I think the concerns that were raised by the commission member are something that you have to consider, but I don't think we should be arguing about it right at this point. It's going to take some more analysis.
Okay.
David Clark here.
Yes, David.
We're not arguing the point that it's not a resource area. It's a ditch. We show it on the plan. We're not contesting that. It's a ditch. It's obviously a ditch. I think the point of bringing Teresa in was what we talked about at the very first meeting is the quality of the resource area and how it serves to protect the 8 interests defined in the regulations, and that was the limit really of bringing Teresa in is to tell us is this a resource area that rises above or below the bar that the commission has set for protecting the interests of the act?
I appreciate that. There's no doubt that all of these things that we're talking about are relevant to this determination. I don't think anyone's disagreeing that the ditch watercourse is a resource area. And so therefore it has a 50-foot no disturb zone buffer. So the question then is whether or not this project within that 50-foot no disturb zone buffer is or is not permitted. I know where Tom comes out on that because he has a different view of the regulations and how they fail to align perfectly with the bylaw. But the conversation about the quality of the resource area that the no disturb zone is protecting is language in the regulation. It's it's a starting point. It's not the beginning and the end of the analysis. So I take your point about the quality of the vegetation in that ditch. It certainly has an impact on, I don't want to say lessening, but it has an impact on the degree to which it exhibits the values of the protected interests of the Act. However, that's not the end of the inquiry. We still have to go through the variance analysis and determine whether or not there are feasible alternatives to this and the impact of putting it where it is put. So I think that's where we are. I think we've been around and around on this, as I recall from the prior times we've heard it. And I don't know whether you all have anything else in your presentation to say, or whether there are any other questions or comments from commissioners, but it seems to me that we've reached a decision point here. If you would like us to either take a formal vote or a straw vote, we're happy to do that now. Let me ask
Janet, can I make one comment?
You may make one comment. Yep.
Okay. It was suggested by a speaker who shall be unnamed that this was an abandoned ditch. It's not abandoned. The mosquito abatement folks confirmed in their letter that this is actually an ongoing and useful tool, that the last time they did maintenance on it was in 2017, and that they agree that it needs further maintenance now. But it's not abandoned, it is ongoing.
I do believe that its original use of draining a cranberry bog, the bog has been abandoned and is no longer in existence, maybe what has caused a bit of confusion. This ditch has caused us confusion before. It runs behind a significant portion of this part of Chatham, and there's a lot of properties that border it, so it's not our first time bumping up against it. But let me ask Bill if you would like me at this point to ask for a motion or take a straw vote.
Well, actually, the reason I hate these Zoom meetings is I can't consult with my team.
I know.
That's what
it's for.
The issue that, Paul mentioned a water course, and I'm pretty sure that, the water course has a requirement for flowing water over a certain period of time, and if it's dry for a certain period of time, then it's not a water course. And so
actually, that's not true.
Okay, let him speak, Tom, please.
Yeah, right. I forgot you know everything, Tom.
None of that either, please.
I apologize.
We're all tired. It's a long day. Let's.
Yeah. So my question for Dave, and for Paul too, Paul Whiteman, is what's the measurement for the water course, Dave and Paul, and is that something that we can accomplish in the fairly near future?
Well, I'll try to answer that, Bill. I think what I was trying to say was water course is defined in the bylaw. The only analogy it says means stream wholly or partially man-made. The only other analogy to streams is in the river protection regulations. And as you know, it can't be man-made. It has to be a natural flowing body of water. And it could be an intermittent stream. It could be a stream that runs all the time. The problem here is that this definition doesn't really get into that. It just says means a stream wholly or partially man-made. So if there's water flowing through it, whether it's got facultative or obligate plants in it or not isn't really an issue. Whether or not it's still draining water off of an old bog, which can happen. Tom is making that point. I'm not sure that if you want to go through that analysis, David knows what's involved. It's kind of a lengthy process. It takes months. It has to be done a certain time of the year to see if it's dry. But again, this is something we'd have to think about a little bit. But I think just by virtue of the definition of where the aura starts, I think Tom's right. If this is a stream, and that's the critical question, then it starts there. That's about all I got to say.
No, I understand. I mean, this is a drainage ditch that used to drain a bog. Now it no longer drains the bog, and I guess but when water falls in it or falls within its catchment area, water's going to run down, and mosquito control people are going to keep it clear so that water can run down. I think Dave Clark, Teresa, and I all understand that. So I guess what I'd like to do is, we can establish the fact that it no longer drains a cranberry bog. Now, it takes a little more work that Dave has to do, but we can establish that. So I guess the question I would have for the commission members is, assuming we can establish that, is that going to have any effect on the opinion, other than Mr. Clark, whose opinion isn't going to change? I understand that. Is that going to have any impact on the members' votes? I mean, if the members are all aligned with Mr. Clark's rationale, then we're not going anywhere. But I think that the evidence would show that the only water that flows through here is water that lands in the ditch itself, and there may be some small area that the ditch drains, where it runs off of lawns and with other landforms. So if we could prove that, is that something that's significant to the members of the commission?
Let me get that. Let me be clear on that. So if you were to demonstrate that, would that take the ditch out of being a resource area altogether?
No, I don't think we can go there.
So
but
would be
it goes to the quality of the thing. So in other words, if it was still draining a cranberry bog, that means significant amounts of water would flow through it on a regular basis, and candidly, I think that means there'd be wetland vegetation growing down there. But the fact that there's no wetland vegetation, the bog no longer exists. The ditch has been cut off from that area, so that the ditch continues to live on because it's a ditch. I mean, it's a man-made ditch, a landform that's not going to change. But if the only water that's flowing through it is rainwater that actually lands in it and then drains out, I mean, is that going to have any?
I don't know how you escape the conclusion that it's not a wetland.
I'm not well.
Bill,
we're not saying it's not a resource area. I'm just saying, yeah. Well, anyway.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like a straw vote, I guess.
Let me just add one thing too. We also can turn to the definition of a stream in our own local bylaw. A portion of a stream may flow through a culvert, or beneath a bridge. A stream may be intermittent, does not flow throughout the year. Includes brooks, running water. It's fairly specific, so maybe that's how you might want to approach it.
I see what you mean, yeah, 'cause this is really a drainage ditch, so it's, there's no natural water flowing through it. It's just rainwater that lands in it.
Well, rainwater is natural.
Yeah.
I think. I hope it is.
I take your point, Bill. I think that, as I said, we've seen this ditch, this stream before. Everybody has their own view about the extent to which it exhibits wetland functions and values and meets the protected interests of the Act. I don't know that it would get us anywhere to go further in that analysis.
All right, well then,
But if that's what you want to do, by all means, you have the, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You could go back and.
Let's hear from the other members and.
Okay. So, Bob Rawls, if you were to have to make a decision today on this, what's your thoughts and analysis, and where do you come out?
Okay. No, Joe Kitts really got lucky by not being here this today.
He did draw the right straw.
Yeah, this is a tough one. You could argue it both ways, but I still keep coming back to the fact that it may be a poor representative of a resource area, nevertheless is a resource area. It has habitat value. Even if that water's there that's coming from rainfall, there's still animals and plants living there. They may be degraded, they may be non-native, but that's true of so many resource areas that come before us. And that in and of itself does not to me mean that it's worthy of less consideration. It just means that it's been allowed to become degraded. The other thing that I cannot escape thinking about is that although I understand why the applicants prefer to have the pool in this location for the privacy that it offers, nevertheless, it's a large lot, and there's at least one or two other places that, by looking at the map, one could say that pool could reside. So in terms of an alternatives analysis, I don't know how we could say that there is no alternative. So for those two reasons, and the third problem that I have is that I don't want to go down the road of saying this is a less worthy resource area. And even though I think it was a member of I think it was Dave Clark who recently said, well, you don't set a precedent whenever you make these judgments. In practical terms, we do. And so if we say, well, yeah, it's a resource area, but we're going to allow that pool, sure as the world, then down the road, not too far, and perhaps even a member of the team that we're listening to now is going to come before us and say, well, you allowed a pool in the resource area in that one, so you should do the same for us. So for those three reasons, I think I'm not in favor of the application.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Del Vecchio?
Okay, well, I see the mitigation, and I see the removing of invasives, and I understand that you'd want to protect a resource. I understand that it's not a very valuable resource, but it still is a resource. There are invasives growing in the ditch. I would say I would allow it if the lawn surrounding the pool, if irrigation was pulled out of the lawn and the lawn remained Cape Cod lawn, because I know it's a lush lawn right now. So that's the only way I would allow it.
Okay. Tom?
I think my views are fairly well known.
I think that's a no vote from you.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the reason I'm so concerned about this particular function is because it helps to support the mosquito abatement of the Cape. And if people took a look at the 18 different species of mosquitoes we have here in the Cape and the diseases that they carry, they wouldn't be so cavalier about things that are useful to control mosquitoes. It's really, we're on the verge, unfortunately, of seeing some rather nasty diseases spreading into the Cape by these vectors.
But,
Yeah, Madam
but
Chair.
Tom, the project doesn't alter the.
I understand that.
It has no impact at all. So,
There's
all your
there's a
points
public-
about.
I'm not hiding my feelings about it, Bill. When I got my master's degree, one of the things is I spent a year working on public health issues, and I know that isn't what is covered by the law, but that increases my concern that when we degrade something that is a useful tool, as though it has no value.
Yeah, Tom, will you let us finish?
Guys, we are simply taking a straw vote right now. We're not debating this any further.
Very briefly, as Dave Clark just tried to say, nothing we're proposing is going to degrade the ability of the ditch to carry water. Tom's goal, an admirable one, is to make sure the ditch is able to carry water. We're not proposing any change whatsoever in the ditch itself. And in fact, as Bob Del Vecchio just pointed out, we're doing a lot of invasive plant removal between the proposed pool and the ditch, which might actually improve the health of the ditch. Because right now it's all invasives on the applicant's property. So anyway, that's
okay.
I guess.
I hear it. I think at this point, with 2 no votes, you already aren't going to get majority. But for what it's worth, with considering all of this, I end up coming out in the same place that Bob Rawls does for basically the same reasons. I just find that with the quality and the nature of the quality of the ditch and the resource area being what it is, and I acknowledge freely that it's on the lower end, but nonetheless, I think the proposal fails in the alternatives analysis, that there is adequate room on this property for a project for the pool. It can still be closer to the house in different places. It doesn't have to be out right by the street. There are plenty of alternatives that were not examined and that could provide the purpose that the project is meant to achieve. And I also worry a lot about setting, here's that word, a precedent of allowing a pool in a no disturb zone. We are under, as you guys all know, it seems that 90% of the proposals that come into us these days, and this isn't going to change, involve installation of pools.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
with development area being as scarce as it is, they're all in they're all in the outer aura, and increasingly being proposed for the no disturb zone. So our job, as I see it, is to hold that line as well and as fast as we can. And I would feel remiss about approving a pool in the no disturb zone when I believe that there are adequate alternatives for locating it. So for that reason, I would be a no vote as well.
Well, that's unfortunate because once again, you're protecting a regulation rather than protecting the resource area.
Maybe a little of both.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we don't have authority to withdraw, so if we just continue to your next meeting so I can consult with my clients, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I'll continue it to the February 10th meeting because the next one is full. So, ooh, what was that? With that,
sorry, my phone died.
Okay, well, we're on hour 4, we're coming up on hour 5, so yeah, phones will die. Is there a motion then to continue to February the 10th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 10th.
Second.
Roll call vote to continue 203 Cross Street to February 10th. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
I vote aye as well.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Next time, it will either have a vote or we need to be done with this one way or another soon.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
So when we last, Paul asked what date would we want to continue this for the Little Beach projects.
Okay.
And they're currently scheduled to be heard on the 28th of January by the zoning board. So I would say after that.
All right. You want to grab what is quickly becoming the last spot on February 10th?
That'd be great.
All right.
So I just want to know, Madam Chair, did you really think people were going to be referring to you as a madam when you came down here?
Honest to God, I don't think I've never heard that addressed to me before I came here, and it's taken a little getting used to.
Well, thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. We have to go through these next 3 guys and vote on these continuances. So let's just do that. Paul, if you want to read the next one.
Yes.
You don't have to read the entire.
I hope I didn't start the madam thing, but I've always been kind of.
This has been going on since, what do you call somebody?
Well, I think it was Tom Clark who started it.
Yeah, it's totally appropriate, actually. Anyway, good news, one left.
No, we got one left. We're continuing 1, 2, 3 in a row.
Right. So, well, I've got 83 Seagull coming up next. 305 is getting continued. 47 and 53 just got continued, or there will be.
83 is continued to February 10th.
Oh, it is?
Yep, they asked for that. I don't know where. Mary sent me that, I think.
I did not get that. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll read the announcement. 83 Seagull Road, 30 Wickes Way. It's a long one. PCL N133, AKA 0 to Squantum Road, 275975 and 97 Tillipy Run. Seagull Enterprises LLC, USA Weather Station, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Quonset Associations Inc. New Milford Realty Corporation, 59 Tillipy Run Trust, Chatham Seabreeze LLC, and TR97 Tillipy Nominee Trust, SC 10 3424, Sessions Map 15A1 H90.
That's fine. Everybody knows. This is Outermost Harbor's master dredging and permit that they continue to work on. So they've asked for a continuance to February 10th. So do we have a motion to approve that?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 10th for 83 Seagull, otherwise known as Outermost Harbor.
Yeah.
Oh, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Forgive me. We've had 3 continuances so far. I thought, is there a limit on them?
Not really. Although
Okay.
this is, and I would be pushing them harder, but this is what they're trying to do seemed like a good idea at the time it first came up, which is to develop a master permit. They are facing a very complicated and uncertain future in their location. And it seems that dredging to maintain access to the marina is part of the way of life. And right now it's been happening in a one-off fashion each time. And so Callie was working with Charlie Agro over the last 6-8 months to try to put together a master permit that would allow it to be done when it needs to be done. But that's a really complicated undertaking, and so that's the reason.
No, I'm all in favor of what they're trying to do.
We don't have a limit, so we're going to.
Concerned that there was a procedural rule that didn't allow us to do that. That's all.
I don't think so. We're going to let them keep going. So is that a second? Is that a second?
Yes, that was a second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue this to February 10th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's continued to the 10th.
Next on the agenda, 305 Main Street, Timothy C. Emerson Revocable Trust, care of Peter Emerson, Susan Gordon, trustee, NC 10 3393. Continuance of a hearing for proposed demolition of a cottage, construction of new cottage, construction of a building addition to a single-family home. Same address, assessors map 16C, parcel 33. This is being continued to March 24th, Madam Chair.
Yep, they've asked for March 24th. I think this ought to be the last one. They need to decide whether they're, it's one of those things where they continue to say it's the Historic Commission. I haven't heard from the Historic Commission whether they say it's the architect, and I haven't heard them say whether it's whoever. But this one needs to, it's been out. We heard this last winter. So with that, is there a motion to continue to March 24th?
Yes, Bob Rawls moved to continue to March 20, as you just say, 24th. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, roll call vote to continue 305 Main Street to March 24th. Commissioner Walls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's continued.
Madam Chairman, would just like to, I can read just the legal announcement and, all right, so I'm going to read one announcement because they've written both the same for both properties. So 47 Little Beach Road and 53 Little Beach Road, Crimson Park LLC owner, Morris Island Nominee Trust, SE 10 3421 and 3419. Continuance of a hearing for proposed demolition of existing dwelling, septic system, construction of new dwelling, meeting FEMA NFIP standards, and installation of a new septic system. Assessors map 16A H2 and 16A H50.
Okay, so they've asked for, you heard, a continuance to February 10th. Hopefully that wraps up then. Is there a motion?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to February 10th.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue 47 and 53 Little Beach to February 10th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I have a motion to adjourn.
Second, third, and fourth.
To adjourn, Commissioner Rawls.
There will be an aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I certainly vote aye. Wow, we made it. We're just under 5 hours. That was a marathon, guys, but it was largely driven by the most complicated proposal we've encountered yet. So we will be picking that one up later. All right, I can't even think anymore, and I certainly can't talk. So
all right, well done.
Thank you all. Thank you all. We will be at we have a next up will be the 27th, which is also